I can go.
Okay, good morning, everyone. We're gonna call to order at 9:30. And we have an agenda. Welcome, everybody. Call to order. We're gonna make a little change on the agenda. We're gonna move, I'd like to move number 7 and 6, just switch them around. So that it's busy, we got a lot to go through, and I'd like to deal with the business before we deal with some of the policies and bylaws, and I think we can get through it all, but just in case we can't, we'll be able to do that. Any other changes to the agenda or suggestions?
So moved.
So moved. Previous minutes, we had both a regular council meeting back in July, and then we had a organizational meeting in August. We can both do those both together. Any changes? Was that corrected now? The minutes were correct.
Yeah.
It's the trans, which,
Yeah.
okay, we made it.
Transcribing it.
Yeah, okay, so as long as the minutes are accurate, as far as who's on what committee and who's on second and all that. Can I get a motion to adopt?
Sure.
Yes, okay. So moved. Public hearings, we have none, and Cam, you're up.
Right away, yay.
Yeah,
Well, congratulations, Mayor and Council, for being elected, and I'm happy to be your Chief of Police and your representative to the RCMP. I don't have a lot to share with you, and I feel really, really silly because I was going to show off my new piece of equipment, which is behind my camera. And it's a new piece. I've been working for 22 years without it, and I forgot it. Sit on a charger in the morning. But anyways, we've onboarded with that just this summer, and all the members of the detachment have one now. So every time we have interaction with the public, we can activate the body worn camera that captures all the interactions. So it's a really good tool, and it's already proven very, very effective as far as putting to bed those public complaints when people complain about how we do things, and well, your officer did that to me, but in reality, no, that's not what happened at all. This happened, and I can see it right in front of me. So I've been able to put those public complaints to an end, a quick conclusion, rather than dragging it through a big investigation and all that kind of stuff. So. And it also does, keep us in line too,
do you have them on the cars as well?
On the cars as well, yeah.
Dash
The dash cams have been there for years,
yeah.
But the body camera is a new addition for us. So, yeah, a lot of planning and a lot of, working out the bugs has taken place prior to us actually getting them, because they needed to do that. The infrastructure to put it all together is massive, and all the technology that it takes to store it in the cloud, and then to be able to access it, and then to be able to use it for court purposes and that sort of thing. Another really useful thing about it is that members can take a statement from their clients right there with the camera, instead of doing a written statement. They can just capture it right there on the camera. Or if perhaps you have vandalism done to your property, you've got surveillance footage or photos or something that you want to share with us, we'll send you a link, and we'll send it right to the camera, and it keeps all to one account, if you will. So it's a lot easier to put together when it comes time to present in court if need be. So there's a lot of new benefits to it that I don't even completely understand, to be honest, but the young people are just loving it. So if they're loving it, I'm loving it.
And they've been training them how to use it.
Yeah, oh yeah, there was training and stuff on how to use it for sure. Yeah, it's been in place, I think, since the beginning of June. So
is it province-wide now?
Yeah, it's mandated through the country actually, but the province was very quick to on board with that. So yeah, the city police and all the RCMP have to have them. I think there's an end date of 2027 or something like that. But we're there. Bashaw isn't quite there. They're doing their training next week, and then they'll be on board, and that'll pretty well cover the whole province by then. I think they're one of the last ones. So, yeah. So that was, I'm sorry, I completely forgot I was busy this morning. Just didn't take it off the docket.
Well, we've all watched The Rookie, so we know.
You know what it is. Yeah, there you go. Policing wise, we've been, status quo. We definitely got things going on in the area, but relatively slow, to be honest, which is good. There's certainly a little bit of crime, but don't hear much from from out here, other than the odd group of kids going down the beach and roaching a bear banger or something. And I did get a traffic complaint from you about the speeding and stuff here. We've been trying to get guys out here, and I'll be honest with you, we've been definitely dealing with a resource issue this summer. Bashaw is the reason. I'm not going to throw them under the bus completely, but they've really experienced a huge resource issue. So we've been asked to cover and help. I'm actually managing both detachments at the moment because their sergeant is off duty for an extended period of time. I'm not sure for how long, but hopefully he's back soon. But in the meantime, they needed some direction, some guidance. So I stepped in to do that. Not that it's going to take away from the level of policing that you get out here, but the proactivity is going to be the tough piece. But that being said, we're at the fall now, so I think the traffic out here is really diminished, which is normal, obviously, other than with the weather so nice still.
And you did you had two members attend our public meeting.
Yes.
And they did very well.
Good.
Good feedback, really positive, community involvement and from a very positive perspective.
Good. Yeah, I know Constable Gannett came out and his folks have a place out here, which is, I think, phenomenal with just the knowledge of the community and
Well, he knows how all the kids can get into trouble.
Sure does, because he did it himself, right? Yeah, a great addition to our detachment, for sure. And how's the season overall as far as the golf carts and off-highway vehicles go? Did the village get any?
I think the
Complaints?
golf carts went really well. We can say we had 57 registered.
57, okay.
We are working with the county to take on theirs. So
Just to issue a permit.
just to issue the permits.
Oh,
We have 3 so far there.
Does
Yeah.
anybody have any sense on how many people may have not bothered to get the golf cart registration? Like, did it seem like it was pretty widespread, or do you think there was people that just
Like,
did not get the messages here?
I think when you look at 57, that was more than we even
Yeah, that is a
projected.
big number.
Yeah.
I think that there was an overwhelming success. We may have some outliers, but I think
definitely
that'll
do,
take time because it was the first year.
Well, and the education component really helped because I know in the past on a hot Saturday afternoon, you'd see the younger kids going round and round and round. And there was a lot less of that this year. They were they were a little bit older. There were still
Yeah.
the occasional, but for the most part, I did notice a shift in the demographic of the age of the drivers.
Good.
And they weren't going, there wasn't as much of that going round and round and round and round thing.
Right.
And the UTVs, I think, with putting it in our transportation, setting the guidelines, I think that was a bit better. We still have a couple that are outliers. You'll always have that where they'll still be stunting and stuff, but that I think is something that's more education as we continue to go forward.
I think it went really well, mostly because we did a great job of educating and the signage and the awareness. And people were asking, they'd ask you on the beach, hey, what's this all about? And what do I have to do and how do I do it? So it was good.
That's good. And I've often said, like, a small community like this, that it takes a community to police a community, not necessarily the police have to step in. You get the message out there with, coming from the importance of why kids under 14 shouldn't be driving these machines and, why you need to follow rules and that sort of thing. It's coming from the people in the community rather than just the police that goes a long way, I think, definitely.
And I think now the county's implementing and there's going to be a reduction in that one road because that was a real hazard, I thought. When I saw the golf carts heading up the road on an 80, that's a dangerous concept.
Definitely, yeah, definitely.
So they were talking about reducing that to either a 50 or a 60.
It is.
50.
It's 50.
It has to be under 50, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
What the bar
Okay,
is.
so then it would be all the way to the turnoff.
Yes.
To the bar W,
Yeah.
not beyond that though.
Not beyond that.
South of.
Just to that. So that would then allow traffic, golf cart traffic to go both ways, but it would really slow down around that corner and stuff.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
It'll be a huge benefit. Because I come in that way every day and I leave that way every day. And I have seen it would be nice to have
Yeah,
that.
you need to reduce your speed there, for sure. especially if you're not. You're-
And even for our staff, when we're out on that main road.
Some people still do 80 and think it's 80.
Yeah, they're running,
around the corner.
Yeah,
Around the corner, but even coming up the other side, like coming from 56 and over. Alan was almost hit by a vehicle. This woman was super close to him while was mowing. And then he kind of flipped her the bird and she turned around, came back and yelled at him and said, it's 80, I can go 80 here. No, it's not, it's 30. And it tells you
Right. as
it's
you
coming
enter.
as 30, then it's 30, same with the other side. It says it's gonna be 30, it's now 30. Cause we gotta go double check, it's like making sure her sign
Yeah.
is correct.
so
And
we're
she
quite,
was just adamant.
as administration, we're quite looking forward to this implementation.
So it's dropping down to 50 from 80 from the corner up to Bar W corner, correct?
Yes, yes, which is huge.
So, just waiting for that to be implemented with signage then?
They
or-
just got approval and they're getting the signage up,
Okay, great.
so,
Yeah, it's a county road, so it doesn't take years like it would if it's another highway.
yeah.
So that's good. That's good. Yeah, other than that, I don't know what else I can share with you. Hopefully you've got some questions for me or comments.
Thank you. I think that was it for me. I didn't have anything.
So I sent out the stats and everything for you. It sometimes doesn't make sense to everybody, but it's very relative, and you can see the numbers. Like if you can compare numbers like mischief or something like that, and how quickly the
One or
percentage
two
can
incidents
change.
can really
Yeah.
flip it. That's what I noticed is, holy cow, a big increase. Well, it's one
That's it.
more because they had two last year and now they got a third this year.
Yeah,
Or three this
So
year.
it's a 30% increase.
Yeah, it's like, holy cow. So so
sounds like it is.
overall below it, yeah.
It's not really that big of a change. I mean, the common questions that we get is the police says, how's the drug problem in the Stettler area and stuff, and I can say with a lot of certainty, there's very few drugs in White Sands, Roshan Sands for that matter, Stettler town, yeah, of course we've got some drugs in town, fairly isolated to certain groups of people, and they do sort of keep to themselves and keep themselves, to themselves, if you will. I think the education in schools now is really helped. Like my daughter's in grade 11 and my other one she's now out of high school and stuff, but just in going to parties and that sort of thing that I've heard feedback from them, they're, as long as you're not going with that bad crowd, they look after each other and they make sure that the bad crowd doesn't get involved. And it's quite a pretty cool culture as far as I can see. There's always going to be the ones that want to decide, make those decisions to explore and try different things. I think that's just human nature sometimes, but ultimately, I think we're in a really good place, and the community by far is fantastic all around. Or I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, no. So, but yeah, to end anything to yourself, and of course all the council, but please reach out to me with anything if you've got a concern so that I can hear about it firsthand, get the information right away. Don't let it fester. And maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. I'd rather know about it. And if it's nothing, it's nothing. But it's no big deal. That's why we get the big bucks, right? Just to deal with things as they come in and make sure that we put rumors to sleep right away if that's the case. I don't know. There's a rumor going around back in the spring about a big drug bust on the Lone Pine Colony. Did anybody hear about that?
No.
No.
Oh, good, you didn't. Eh?
That's interesting.
It was complete BS is what it was.
Wow.
But there was a huge rumor going around, even coming from the county reeve, that they heard from a very reliable source that the Mountie SWAT team was out at the Lone Pine and tore the place apart and found all kinds of dope and stuff like that, which was completely false. And I have no idea where it came from. I have an idea. There was a news story on Global about a Hutterite that was checked at the border coming
Oh, I
across.
did hear that.
And there was a drug bust come out of that, and somehow somebody decided, to make it into, it was a member from the Lone Pine Colony, and there was a police presence out east one day, where people saw the SWAT team going, but they were actually going to Castor or the Castor area. So I think people just came up with their own little story and put it on social media, and off it went. And I was inundated with all kinds of calls, questions about that kind of stuff. And
It's amazing how that stuff happens.
it's common, man.
It gets a life of its own.
Yeah, the newest one on Facebook is somebody from the rec center.
Oh, yes.
Well, that
Stalking
unfortunately,
kids.
that unfortunately is sort of true. Stalking kids, yeah, we gotta be careful how we use that word, but he's been dealt with appropriately, not criminally, because there's no criminal act that took place there, but they let us know, and I'm in close contact with the director of Parks and Leisure there, and I just told him we need to ban him from he doesn't need to be there. He's acting like this around kids, and which is what happened, and if he decides to come back, he'll be arrested. So that's it, that's all.
I think there's that balance between what's happening with harassment and things like that, that everybody kind of takes. Some things go a bit too far.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that's the thing, you get different stories from on social media, unfortunately. I'm not a fan, obviously. I'm not even on social media for that reason, because I don't want to get sucked into all the rest, but and that's another thing that I'll just reiterate to everybody is that, you know, if it's on social media, don't expect that it's been reported to the police, because that happens a lot, we hear. Well, it's all over Facebook, whatever, nobody called us, how do we know? I'm not monitoring Facebook for the, you know.
Yeah.
For information, yeah.
It's a tool for sure, if you know, we need to go down that rabbit hole, but at the end of the day, it's not always a reliable source at all, so. Yeah, if you do see stuff like that and you think we should know about it, then give me a call, and if it's been reported, great, if not, then I will know about it. And if it's nothing, it's nothing, but if it is something, then I'd rather know about it than not. Because you never know what little piece of the puzzle, you know, could take it to the next level, just depending on what's happening in the area. Especially with suspicious people and people that are out of place in the area.
Yeah, we've had some of that. We just said report it. If you feel it's suspicious, you report it.
Yeah, the third party, third hand is very difficult to work with, because when all I have to go on is I heard it from so and so.
That doesn't do me any
It's
good.
pretty tough, yeah. But to that end,
Good. I don't have anything else.
it's great.
Thank you for your time.
Of course, anytime, yeah, no problem at all.
So you typically come a couple times a year, is that? the
Yeah,
plan?
I can, and
Or by invite, or if we
or
need-
whatever you need. Yeah, if you got something that comes up that's next month, I don't mind coming back, but whatever you need.
Yeah.
Um,
But normally we'll schedule you again for January.
Okay, good.
yeah, every 6 months, right?
And if we need you more, we can get
100%.
some clarification.
100%.
Thank you.
Hopefully, we're gonna get a big dump of snow this year, fill that lake up, eh?
Oh,
I'm not looking forward to shoveling it, but.
It's gone for a week, and I can't believe how much has gone down in the
Oh, it's
last week.
just on
My goodness, yeah.
It is
Oh
not
my
dry. I've had to water everything that's not dry. So
Oh, yeah.
we were fine before.
I don't know, it's crunchy and terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at the mercy of Mother Nature once again, right?
We'll either get the snow or we'll get the rain and we'll get the freezing. We don't know.
Or nothing.
Exactly.
Okay,
Okay,
folks.
thank you.
All right, thank you very
Have a
much.
great
Nice
day.
to meet you, Tom.
Betcha. Thank you. Here.
Okay, we'll jump right into,
We can take that as information.
oh, yep, as information, sure.
Who wants to?
Sure can.
take note of?
We'll jump into business. So the first one is shoreline management plan,
So what page are we on? for the-
59, it
Package, yeah.
says.
No, 59?
That's
59.
59.
If you pull up the bookmarks, you can jump right to it.
Type in 59, it jumps right there.
But if you open up the bookmark tab on the side of your
Where's the
PDF.
bookmark?
Okay, so. Oh, you don't have it.
And were you linking in on this
Right.
one?
Yeah, so Brad and Jane will be coming in, I think about 10 o'clock.
Oh, do we want to jump past this one then and maybe
Yeah,
come back
so,
to it?
because no one's joined, no one's asked to join yet, so.
Okay, well, let's jump over, sorry,
Yeah, I can do.
we're gonna jump over
Oh,
59
okay.
because we do have the consultants that are coming in to discuss that on,
No one's in yet.
and they're not in. So can we jump over top of that one to the boat launch proposal? Now, we're not hooking up with them either.
Those are not joined. They're just accepted, right? Those are just-
Oh, okay.
So,
Do
yeah,
you wanna go?
we're gonna jump right over to boat launch.
Hold on, yeah, okay.
So that's on number page 60.
Right, because we're talking about two things that deal with Aptus, but they're not coming in, we just got the
Oh,
short.
no, they are
No.
coming in.
Oh.
Are they dealing with the boat launch too?
They are
Okay,
dealing
We
with
might as well
all
get them
that.
both together, we can ask questions.
Yeah, let's skip over that one then as
So
well.
the Travis,
Can we
memorial.
go to the Travis?
All right,
So that is 66, right?
yes,
66.
Yeah.
All right.
okay,
Oh, we're really flying today.
yeah,
Okay,
Travis
so
goes
the
way
Travis, which is the online permitting system with Alberta Transportation. Can you just give us a quick overview of what that's about? So just some transportation that they're allowed to do?
The
or-
province had created the Travis system quite a few years back, and so what it does is it becomes a reporting system where the big truck drivers can, like, when they wanted to move our building here, they just went into the Travis system and they put in their applications and they could get their routes. And what each road allows, the times, different restrictions, and then you would get the permission through that. So this, what I'm saying is, if we sign this memorandum of agreement, then we just register our section of the bylaw and it allows those over dimension vehicles, overweight, especially for house moving. Then
Maybe
it's an easier process, and then we just collect the funds.
So it's meant to streamline the permitting process
Yeah.
that goes across many jurisdictions.
Yes.
And then, so then they're still governed, like whoever is giving that permit still has to look at our bylaws and say what's allowed.
Exactly.
Okay.
And it's only for the oversized, so it's
Yes.
not your.
Overweight.
oversized or overweight.
Oversized or overweight. And
Yeah.
overweight is, my question was, how does that 75% road ban affect something like this?
Well, the county would have things registered there, but it's overweight, so they're always gonna have, most people have road bands in their community. But it's just saying that, okay, we need to make sure that they're notified, and then we would approve it based on those situations as they go. So if somebody wanted to move a house in here, depending on where the area is, we would have to make sure that the routes and the permits, and we probably have a deposit in case of damage to the road. And this is that mechanism to get it.
That I understand, I'm just wondering,
Yeah.
when we're talking about overweight and then the road bans that are there, is this a way that now we're going to be charging some of our service providers, like the people who
No.
are bringing out construction things, or our sewage
This
guys?
is only over.
Only over. We've
And-
already got in our transportation bylaw that the sewage trucks are fine, it's the overweight.
Okay,
This is those house movers.
And we don't
Okay.
have any road bans in our community.
no.
So I don't know where this would ever apply, other than an overweight that might damage trees.
So like this thing moving in, the office moving.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
So, how does it work right now when we're not on Travis? So the truckers would get all their permits that they can through Travis, and then if we're not on it, then they're
They'd have to approach us.
separately approaching us and getting the permits.
From what I can gather, for us to get this renewal, we've always been a part of it, we just didn't have a bylaw.
Oh.
That fit,
Okay,
Oh,
how often,
because this was a renewal for us,
oh, okay,
so I was like, okay.
how often does it happen that we have an oversized or overweight? I guess, like you said, house movers, which is pretty rare, but.
Pretty rare, because we are well aware of it with the development permit, right?
and if it was overweight, it would have to be on a county road, and they would have to have a permit for that. And
Yeah.
because we don't have a weight restriction on any of our roads, I don't know why they would.
Right.
Need a permit.
Okay.
Over width or over height might be a.
Yeah.
different thing.
All right, well, seems kind of
Yeah.
like a
Okay.
no brainer for
Yeah.
this one. I can't think of any reason why we would
Okay.
say anything else.
So do we need to have a motion to enter into the memorandum of agreement?
to approve
Motion.
entering into.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor? Done. Okay, we'll move into. Sorry, I'm just cursing down here.
7.5.
Apex?
Apex is the next one.
So they've given us the heads up as part of our agreement.
Yeah. This is the
And-
annual one again.
Yeah, because if you decide you wanted to do something different, we gotta start the process.
So in our discussion last year on this, if there's a franchise fee, that then we could get an income, but that would directly be paid by the residents. And we didn't feel the value of that in the past. Is there anything that's changed?
I haven't changed my opinion of that at all.
Okay,
Cause there's no service that we're offering attached to this.
no, it's just basically a
It
tax.
it's a moving of tax revenue.
Yeah.
One
Yeah,
pocket to another, but it's a.
Well, it's a,
revenue neutral
it's a
thing,
form of indirect taxation
Yeah.
to somebody,
Yes.
Yeah,
it would be.
so.
because you have given access agreements for your utility providers. So you
Yeah.
have an option.
So I would motion to keep the not collect a fee and to sign this.
And I'll just remind, because I know I mentioned this in the past meeting, but now that Leona is here, I had followed up. I get my utilities through, who do I get my utilities through? ATCO, as my service provider, and they had a line item on it for franchise fee White Sands, and I followed up with that, and that was just a mislabeling. That was related to crossing agreement fees and all that are flowed through, but from the translation from Apex to there, it kind of gets put into one
Convoluted.
one bucket, and then came out calling franchise fees on the other end, and that was incorrect, but I did follow up on that.
Good too.
Yeah.
Find that out.
Okay.
Brad and Jean are on, oh yeah, there's Jean. So Brad and Jane, if you want to unmute and turn on your
And
camera.
we'll jump back to 66.
Should we just finish this off?
Oh,
and make a
yeah.
motion?
Right,
So-
yeah.
So you need a motion.
Mayor, so you guys gotta approve. Mayor, can you continue to approve the 0% franchise fee with Apex Utilities?
All in favor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and we'll jump back to, was it 66?
No, 59.
99.
Yeah.
That's why it's not there.
Okay. See how loud is it?
Okay, shoreline management plan.
So just for clarification, for CPP, what does CPP stand for?
It's the company name.
Company name,
Okay.
forget what the acronym is.
Well, yeah, and I would prefer if at least at the very beginning, any acronyms are identified, especially if I'm not familiar with them.
So we're gonna talk about the shoreline management plan, we're gonna talk about the boat launch proposal, and we're gonna talk about, what was the third one? The drainage,
The
right?
drainage,
Yes,
so
drainage,
all
both like
three.
the drainage are with Apex Shara,
Yeah.
and then the practice, yeah. And then Brian or Jane are with municipal property services. Maybe.
Well, let's
Municipal
get,
planning services. That was pretty good. That's a good guess for MPS.
okay, so the shoreline management plan was drafted in draft form for our input, and then that will then go towards the negotiation with Alberta Environment for a long-term management lease on the shoreline, correct?
Right, so
Yes,
Okay, so I don't know if, do we need to get a little overview or of the plan, or is everybody up to speed on it?
An overview would be nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you, is either of you prepared to give a quick overview of what you've done?
maybe introduction.
Yeah, we can do that. Brad, do you
Oh,
want
sorry,
to?
let's do introductions? We'll quickly go around the table.
Paul Ashford, councillor, second term, so we were looking at this stuff back in the winter and had a review of it then and went through it again now.
Yeah, so we deferred anything further on it. Dan Zembel, mayor, and
Leona Thorogood, councillor, first term here, so that's why I'm looking for the Coles Note version.
You bet. You bet. And Jane and Brad, both with municipal planning services. We're a land use planning, municipal planning consulting firm based out of Edmonton. We work with about 80 different municipalities throughout the province, doing things like this: municipal development plans, land use bylaws. Lots of our clients we're the subdivision authority for, and some of them we process development permits for. So we do lots of current and long range planning. And then over the last probably 10 years, we've done some environmental planning work too, working with watershed associations, municipalities, and the province. So that's the overlap for this particular project.
And I guess the bigger picture is that this is all fitting into a renewal that White Sands needs to do with province for the right of way around
Lease.
the lake, the lease.
Yeah.
that is
Yes,
expired.
Yes.
you are doing this because you must.
Yes.
I know you all care very deeply about your lake, but you are doing this because you must.
And so this is meant to provide a bit of an umbrella, or is this just more of the background material that's then discussed with Alberta Environment?
So this, our understanding of this, and Melissa can jump in if I'm not accurately summarizing this, is that your lease agreement has expired. And in order to get a new lease agreement with the province said, we want to have a better understanding of how you intend to use these lands. The way that the shoreline and shorelands have been utilized in the past is inconsistent with what the province would like to see. And their position is, we need to know what you intend to do to protect those areas that we think need to be protected, and then where you intend to use some of those shorelands for recreation purposes and the other things that you use it for, so that when we're re-entering into a lease agreement with you, we can clarify what the lease will entail. And so that's what the plan is intended to do, is it's identifying where the conservation areas will be, it's identifying where the recreation areas will be, so that you can negotiate that new lease agreement with the province. So the first draft doesn't do that very well. And so some of the feedback we got from council just said, hey, we need a little bit of additional clarification about these items. And so what we're working on right now, sorry, Brad, I'm jumping in, you can provide a better, more detailed summary after, but what we're working on right now is trying to set up a meeting with the province to walk the shoreline so that we can get a better understanding of what you need and where their priority conservation areas are, so that we can rejig the maps and provide a little bit more clear policy direction that will guide, those lease negotiations as you move forward. Is that, for the councillor who did read it, is that was that your read too when you went through the first draft?
Yes.
Yes, I reviewed this again recently because we had discussed it with the last council. But one of the things that I noticed, and you kind of hit it dead on, is that it's not quite there yet. It does a lot on preservation and protection and conservation, but being that we're a lakeside community, it did not address the recreational aspect of, we do need to protect certain areas, but we also have recreation beaches. And I would like to see a little bit more about what are we allowed to do in certain areas. And because this is, I assume, is going to be for the next 10 to 15 years.
Last one was for 20.
Last one was for 20, yeah. So maybe 20 years. Just moving into the future, if we continue on the path that we are and we become more populated, how do we address stuff on the beach side? For example, like harrowing or raking or removing rocks, or that may in certain areas maybe we can't, and in other areas maybe we can. And I don't think this really, it just says, kind of, we'll protect this, this, and this, but it doesn't say what we're allowed to do. Like, I know in the past, we may have mowed a piece of the shoreline or grass on there, but are we allowed to, like this year in particular, the beach was very large width-wise, and there was a lot of crusties on there. Is there something we could have done about that? Is there, and way it was in the past is don't touch this. Well, what are we allowed to do and what aren't we? And I would assume that this then feeds into that.
Yeah. The comments we got back from council were really helpful for us to have a more in-depth understanding of how you utilize those areas right now and what you need negotiated into that lease agreement. So Brad has kind of a summary of the notes we took from the meeting that we had with Melissa that I think we just want to go over with you to make sure that they do reflect, in fact, the direction that council wanted us to take. We've started making some of those changes, but we need to have that meeting with environment too, because we need to be on the ground to see it so that we can adjust the maps accordingly, because I think that'll be key to those negotiations too. So I'll stop talking and I'll let Brad. Just in case you don't know, he's my husband. So this is normal. I'll stop talking and let him just go through the list of notes that we had as our action items to direct the changes that we're making to that first draft.
Yeah, thanks, Jane. I guess one of the things we just heard about this is that there needed to be a bit more explanation on the purpose and who things are and what different terms are in the plan. Having looked at a few shoreline management plans, I think our approach to this was to kind of build upon what some other shoreline plans have been that the province has kind of accepted. And a lot of those were just conservation based in terms of identifying things that you shall not do within particular areas, but they weren't in communities or in locations that I guess are as heavily populated in a shoreline that's as heavily used as white sand. So it's entirely reasonable for your community to need something that is not just a lease agreement, we shall not do document, but also a plan that says, here's where we're going to direct community and recreational investment in the future. So that was definitely a focus of it. But in terms of explaining the document a bit better, we've added a fair bit more on the purpose side of things to just identify for not only for council and administration, but for community members as well, who are going to be able to read this document and use it as community members that will be using the shoreline area to identify what the purpose of it is. So we've updated this to identify what the locations would be once we determine this with Alberta Environment, what the community use areas will be. So the purpose statements is updated to include that's a purpose of the plan as well. To identify that the plan will identify where shoreline management, vegetation maintenance will occur, identify areas where the storage of docks and mooring equipment will be allowed within the summer village. Just pulling from this list here, where potential shoreline armoring could occur within the summer village along the shoreline, and also including where potential future playgrounds and other recreational uses could be. So we bumped up this section to expand upon this to say that this plan, in addition to all the box checking that we need to do with the province, it's a plan that identifies where this can occur in the future. So it's very much almost like like what you would have in your municipal development plan for your community, but for your shoreline area for future use. We've done a bit more digging into the different properties that are within the shoreline area. And there are, by my last count, 18 that we would consider within this shoreline area. And we've done a little bit more homework in terms of what their legal descriptions are. Some of them being crown land are a bit more hard to kind of poke down as to exactly what their kind of ownership status is. But we put a bit more information on that as well in terms of what their designation is, whether they're municipal reserve properties, whether they're environmental reserve properties or crown land, and what the lot area is. So we can create a bit of a profile on each of these properties. And one of the things that we got from Melissa in terms of council feedback was to be able to map out where each of these 18 different properties are. So we've updated map number 1, the boundaries map, to just create a bit of a legend that identifies where each parcel 1 to 18 are. So you can check it against the chart that we've created to say, lot 7 is, just inventing one out of the top of my head here, but Lot 7 is a municipal reserve parcel. It's 2.1 acres in area, and ownership is such.
One of the, sorry,
yeah.
Brad, one of the challenges with your shoreline is that it is like, it's interjurisdictionally complex. There's so much going on between the leases and the crown lands and the municipal lands. And then because there are so many different little chunks of land too, one of the challenges for us in just getting to know your community was trying to have a better understanding of what is what and where it is located. So this will probably be helpful for council too, to be able to see it and to have the map with the corresponding information to identify what is, how is each one controlled and how will it be affected by the lease. I think that will assist the province too in those negotiations.
And recently we've had low lake levels, which has expanded our beach, if you will. Is there anything in there that kind of talks to, I know there's high water mark, is there anything that talks to low water mark or something to the effect of what can or can we not do in the expanded beach area, the newly exposed, for weed control, vegetation control,
Yeah.
for anything like that? Like, I know, don't go in the water with equipment. Okay, that's pretty easy to understand. But what are you allowed to, or what are you not allowed to do in that area in between that is all of a sudden new to us? Like, and
Especially-
will in the future.
Especially in the recreational areas.
Yes, especially in the recreational areas.
Yeah, one of the comments we got back was we need a better understanding of how the leases are affected by the legal bank moving. And I think that's both directions, right? So I think that once we can, like, I'd like to have a draft map prepared when we go on that walk with Alberta Environment and say, here's the areas, and it should be vetted by council first, because you have more, your understanding of the land is much greater than ours from Edmonton. So I want to just make sure your eyeballs are on it to make sure it looks right, it feels right. But here are the areas that we think would be appropriate to be the conservation areas. And here are the areas that we really need to be identified as the recreation areas. And then within these areas, we need to understand what we can do to manage the vegetation as that legal bank moves with high and low water levels. So then we'll have to negotiate what that means to them and find out what they would allow and bring that back to council to have a conversation about.
So rather than just having eyes on the map, is there a possibility that before you do that walkthrough with Alberta Environment, you involve council on a walkthrough as well?
For
just
sure.
so that we can verbally talk to you as we walk up and down that shoreline.
It's a great
So
idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we could do that for sure. We should try to arrange that sooner rather than later. It is Alberta and it is fall.
What sort of timing are you talking about with Alberta Environment? Are you trying to get it in this season before winter hits?
Yes,
Yes.
I had a conversation with Christine. Christine, though, has been moving to do something else, so I had to resend an email yesterday saying we'd like to get this scheduled as quickly as possible.
Okay.
So we
essentially
have
1 month to get this.
Yeah,
probably.
I also went higher up to her boss to include him so that we can get this going, because we want to get this walkthrough done before the end of this month or beginning of October.
I think it's also prudent you'll see it the way it is in the fall. You'll see the boat lifts up, the launches up, that sort of thing.
That's
So
good, yeah.
I think that's important to see before the snow hits. Right?
Yeah.
Another thing that when I read through this recently, what struck me is the picture with all the tracks. I think that paints a fairly negative picture, and I have walked that beach many times, and I don't think I wouldn't say never, but it almost looks like, that's something we got to protect, and we do. But that picture is not really indicative of the way that most or the vast majority of so I don't know if that is necessary. I know it's necessary to prevent, trikes quads and all of that going on the beach, but
It's not necessarily
it's not necessarily something we have to slam in their faces.
what I think is really important. Oh, go ahead.
I think that was part of the conversations of why we want to have these walkthroughs, is because in this drainage easement? Is it kind of under public lands? Public lands also kind of, and when you go crown lands and things like that, you're allowed to use quads on a right of way for certain things. So I guess we're just trying to get better clarity on, because if they're using it to take out their lift or put in their lift, that's totally different.
Which is what's happening right now.
Yeah, that's where I
And
have the
that's
biggest
where
concern
money
is
has
that
developed.
it's easy to say, no hot dogging on the beach on a quad. But, as it stands right now, we're breaking the law. I think we're breaking the law by dragging a boat lift in and out seasonally. And yet, but that's not our intent is,
No,
No.
or hopefully it's our hope that that's not something that will have to be banned, this Alberta environment lease, but I want to be clear on really what is allowed and what isn't under this plan.
But again, Brad and Jane, those are those things that we just don't have that clarity, right?
Yeah, for sure. That those did come to us in the notes too. I had comments here that says add recommendations regarding ATVs specifically. Where is it allowed? Where is it restricted? So that everybody knows. Where do we need signage, or where could that be a recommendation to assist, show the province that you're committed to trying to address some of those issues if they're issues that they think they're issues. And then another one, it hasn't come up today, but it did come up in your other notes, just related to fire gates. How to address the fire gates,
well,
where
I
to
just saw,
compose
I
those sorts
just
of
saw the
things.
picture, and if I was Alberta Environment and saw that picture, I'd say, no, no quads, no wrecked vehicles on the beach. Oh my God, they're using this as a
Raceway.
highway,
Oh,
a race highway.
Yes,
It was
we
a
can
bad
pull that.
picture.
We'll
I'm
pull
sorry,
that. Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
It doesn't need to be in the plan.
Yeah, it was taken by CPP Environmental when they did their shoreline assessment. And we included it, I think, just as a practice of including some pictures relevant to particular sections, but I think it's also just a worthy, at least we had this discussion as a result of it, because it's clearly something that does happen. So it prompts this whole discussion, which is great.
So, so the feedback that we gave in the last meeting, that's the feedback that you're referring to, was passed on to them. So
You bet. Yeah.
So is the next step then just to, I guess, wait for the next draft version and do these shoreline walks in the meantime, rather than, we don't need to get, I guess, maybe into the specifics of.
Which would you prefer first, the walkthrough or the draft?
We prefer the walkthrough because I think that will help us refine the recommendations and the mapping. And I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to give you a draft and then another draft if we can avoid it. So if we could schedule that walkthrough sooner rather than later, we can do that. And we'll just bring some mock maps with us and we can draw on them as we go through. And then we'll
Can I
take
have
those
my
mock-ups.
ATV? Cause I'm gonna be in.
Well, I don't know. I'll let you decide.
You'd have to treat you like a boat lift.
I know, this will be a boat lift, I'll be a boat anchor for the day.
We've also figured out that that's a 4-kilometer trek walking that beach. So we are going to start at one end and we're gonna have another vehicle at the other end so we can get back.
But she needs something to get.
Get me, period.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to drive by then?
No, 6 weeks later, so somebody's gonna have to drive me in an ATV. I'm having a knee replacement Friday, so.
Oh my goodness. Oh, yes, yes. We'll look after you.
Okay, perfect.
Should we try to schedule that right now, or we're all on
Yeah,
here?
let's do that.
Well, I would like a motion to have that in a resolution. We are already attempting to get a date, but to include the council attends with us.
That walk, yeah.
Well, or
Well, not,
all together with Alberta Environment, or two separate ones, because I heard.
I think 2 separate ones. I think we need to go with them so that they know exactly what it is that we want.
Yeah.
Within those recreational
Right.
areas.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it could be either way. I mean, we could do it all together at Alberta Environment and have more discussion then, and then it's a little bit less billing to CPP, but I think
David,
either.
Brad,
could work.
what's your recommendation? Do you wanna do a separate walkthrough with the council after we do a walkthrough with the environment, or do you want it all together?
Before.
I'd rather do the walkthrough with council first, so that we can
Okay.
advocate for what you want during the meeting with environment.
Okay.
And then it'll help us further refine the maps for that meeting with environment too, So we can come with sort of pretty blank for council, you can help us, and then we can take a mock-up to environment and say, hey, this is, this is what's going on, we've met with council, this is what they'd like to see. And then see if we can kind of advocate and build relationships as we walk.
How do we need a resolution?
You should make a resolution and consolidate a date with everybody.
Okay,
before doing
well,
that.
we should have a resolution to arrange a meeting with the consultants first. And then do a walkthrough, and then second to do a walkthrough with Alberta Environment with, or to then get a draft, another version of the draft. And then the walkthrough with Alberta Environment. Correct?
I think we're going too far. I
Too
think
far?
first you should do a motion to do a,
Just with NPS and council and
Yeah.
Okay,
a date or whatever.
make it so.
Okay, make it so, okay.
All in, do we need to get, yeah, we need to.
you guys have a date?
Let's pick a date.
Yeah, you're really gonna need,
So Leona's gonna be the challenge here.
give her a couple weeks.
Well, no, it is what it is.
Well,
We'll figure out your date here first.
given that we're quickly approaching the white stuff,
Yeah, somewhere from between October 1st and 10th.
What dates did we, or have we thrown dates at Alberta Environment yet?
We haven't thrown dates in Alberta Environment, but I've asked them that we would like something by the end of this month or beginning of October.
So then that sort of leaves us next week.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Cause the sooner you guys do a walkthrough and get an idea for council.
If it's next week, it could be between the 22nd and the 24th, but that's just days after the owner's surgery, so you probably wouldn't be able to join us.
the 29th, is that? 29th is a Monday, 29th or 30th, Monday or Tuesday?
I can't do the Monday or Tuesday, but I can do Wednesday on.
The first?
October 1st.
We could do that.
I
Wednesday,
think
October
that would leave
1st.
plenty of time, yeah.
Yeah.
Melissa, would I be able to get an ATV from one end to the other?
You should be able to
Yes, you
with
will.
the beach line. I think you got quite a bit there now.
Okay,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think the trickiest will be going right in front of your place.
yeah,
Those rocks there. We can do that.
Yeah, it might be rough for a few portions.
Yeah, that's probably the rough one. Okay, so Wednesday, the October 1st, we'll do a walkthrough.
What time?
We say 10 a.m. Would that work for
Sure.
you?
Okay.
Give us time to get down there.
And who's gonna send out the invite?
We'll send out the invite
Okay,
to all of council and to Brad and Jane, and this is for council walkthrough with the consultants.
Okay.
That sound good?
Yep.
Cause I can
Awesome.
wait.
and then we'll get a draft prior to,
You can't anyways,
Yeah, I'm away.
October, yeah, we're away
I
that day.
think we're away that day, so it
Yeah.
works out for you guys.
Just you guys. We're at Camrose for a Catalyst ERP conference and learning training. So.
okay, well, let's look at another date then.
No, it's good for you guys. I think this could continue on, cause Brad and Jane will have all the information from council. So that they can proceed and then we can have further discussions after.
We can summarize the notes and send them to Melissa so she's in the loop.
Yep.
Okay, let's keep the first then, because that was a tough date to get, so
Yes.
let's keep it.
I don't wanna make things hard.
Okay, so you'll send out a,
So yeah, so we will send out a draft number 2 with updated maps after that meeting. Then just to clarify that the things that we've identified as the things that you would like are consistent with the things that you would like. And then we'll use that as our talking points when we're walking with Alberta Environment.
so in comparison, and I'm just coming at this from a neophyte, not actually having read this whole agreement yet. With other places like Gull Lake and Pine Lake and places, places that actually have large recreational areas. are you looking at comparison of what their shoreline management plans are when you're incorporating into what we have? Like I'm thinking Pigeon Lake. Pigeon Lake's got a huge recreational area along that area.
So Pigeon Lake is a totally different lake. I'm really familiar with that one, so I'll speak to that, and then Brad can speak to the shoreline management plans that we looked at. So those summer villages on Pigeon Lake don't have shoreline management plans. They don't need them. There isn't the chunk of land between where either the privately owned land or the reserve parcels end and where the water starts. So they do have in some areas, like Mamio has a license of occupation that they have an agreement with the province to enable them to do vegetation control. And then they have one that's like around their boat launch. But
And that's
that's
within the water.
that's all they have.
Yeah.
Why the difference?
Because your Brad, can you bring up the map?
We have those chunks of property that we do not own.
You are
Yeah.
you are so much more complicated.
Buffalo,
Yes, we
Well,
have.
I'm just wondering why we have that chunk of property that they don't have.
Yeah,
Buffalo Lake is different because
Different.
there is essentially a ring around the lake that whether it's the county or one of the summer villages along the lake, there is a substantial band of provincial land that extends around the lake. And the province through I'm trying to pull up the management plan for all of Buffalo Lake, but it does a pretty good job of identifying.
I guess my question is why is the difference there? Why does Pigeon Lake not have that ban, and why do we have it?
Because it dates to the lake stabilization project.
yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Well, and the MR has always been there, so the MR would have been part of that. They don't have an MR right in front of their right in front of their private property.
They
would have
do.
Private
They do.
property and lake.
They have private property lake, but they also have MR and ER, but then there isn't additional land. So where the legal bank of the lake is around Pigeon, there isn't surveyed registered lots and then water. Like they're all surveyed registered lots and then water. You guys have surveyed registered lots, reserve parcel, not unusual, and then you have this other chunk of land because the legal bank is further out now than it was before, and it moves, but there is this crown land between
And
where
right-
the water is and where those surveyed registered either reserve parcels or privately owned lands are. So in order to access the water, you need a different type of agreement with the province to get across that dry land to get to the water.
And it was only because of the stabilization plan that extra piece of property was created? Was it created umpteen years ago? Were they grandfathered in? Like what? I'm still not.
Why did the
getting
water level drop? I don't know why the water level dropped. And
No. Why would somebody like Pigeon Lake not have that exact same reserve based on water levels
it's
that we have?
Yeah, it's not a reserve. They do have the
Okay.
reserve, and then they hit water. They have some areas where private titled land, the really old lots go right to the legal bank, and then the newer, last 60 years, there's a reserve parcel and then water right away. So you guys have private reserve crown land, water.
Crown land. Yes.
It's that
That's
big
great.
crown land piece that you need the lease agreement to get across and use.
We don't own it.
Yeah,
Where most others have municipal reserve and then water.
and then water, just the water is so far away. And so that land that maybe at one time, and I don't know how far back it goes, you have a better understanding of this than me, but it maybe was covered in water at one point, is dry. And so there's just this big chunk of shorelands that the province is responsible for that you need their approval to be able to utilize to get to where the water
Well,
is.
It's not a long-term thing, and it's probably something that changes. I mean, it went from the crown land being essentially flooded right out probably 4 years ago to where it is now. So it's just drought versus wet years.
So
It
what I'm getting from
fluctuates.
you is there's different titles. There's different
Yes.
titles to those lakefront properties in different lake areas.
Ownership.
Yeah, and I think it speaks a little bit to like how the lake is itself, right? In Pigeon, your lake is shallower along the shorelines than Pigeon is. So Pigeon drops a little bit faster. And then just there is greater fluctuations in your water levels than there are with some other lakes. Like Baptiste Lake, I don't know, there's a bunch of other lake communities, Wabamun, when the water fluctuates, it doesn't fluctuate the distance that your lake fluctuates. Yeah, so just those shorelands are managed differently because of the uniqueness of your lake.
And mostly because the different ownerships.
It's
That's
the
why
different title ownerships
Yes.
is what I
Yes.
got from your conversation earlier. Is
Yes.
their title are a different title than what ours are.
Yes, there just isn't that crown land chunk, the huge crown land chunk, and then there isn't the water management.
Right away.
There are the way that those lands are controlled too. It's just a little bit different. They serve a different purpose. So the province has a different interest in that area than it does around other lakes too, because there isn't the same
Yeah.
pressures.
If you look on in the draft that we had provided earlier on map 1, which is I think on page 19, it shows a water management right of way, and it covers Crown land, it covers municipal reserve, but it covers, if you were to imagine the entirety of Buffalo Lake, it goes all the way around the lake. And this is what the right of way covers as part of the Buffalo Lake integrated shoreline plan for the entirety of Buffalo Lake.
Okay.
So the vast majority of summer villages don't have these plans because they don't have the same complicated interjurisdictional lake access issue that you have.
Whatever happened decades ago, it's still a factor today. And other summer villages and other lake communities just haven't had that level of provincial intervention.
So I guess what I'm looking for is when we talk about this as a village and as a destination, and you guys can, but it's just part of my discussion and my thinking. If we are a summer village and a recreational lake property, I would like to sort of create something that it makes us in a more level playing field to those other recreational lakes that are out there, that makes our property values be as attractive as what those are. And so if that means negotiating different parts for recreational or different things for recreational and ensuring that there is some environmental that is in the non-recreational areas, then great. But it would be nice to be able to take a look at and comparison to those other shorelines that can keep that recreational component.
Well, I guess the key thing on that, which would be hopefully something we'll resurrect if we get the stabilization project pumping again, that has a huge benefit to, you know.
Yeah,
property
I want
values.
to keep the stabilization separate from the shoreline management because we can never really determine where that lake is going to be always. And so you're always going to have that up and down fluctuation. But I just don't want to have our property owners have to compete with the Pigeon Lake who doesn't have rules, and we're constantly going, okay, you know, how come we can't clean our shoreline, or how come we can't pick up our vegetation? Those are things that we constantly hear all the time. And so for me, I need to really fully understand why there is a difference between the two, which you've explained, and how can we get our shoreline management plan to sort of mirror some of the other recreational properties and the rules that they have. Is that even possible?
Well, I think part of it is the negotiation that we're about to undertake with Alberta.
Right, but I mean, I'm looking at Jane and she's raising her eyebrows and saying, yeah, that you may never get there.
I think that like it is absolutely possible in some areas. The reason I'm pausing is just part of, I think, you know, as a non-aquatic scientist, but someone who's worked a lot with lakes, part of the reason this has occurred is just because of the water depth of your lake, which makes it more sensitive to development adjacent to the shoreline too. So one of the things that is really important to do is to make sure that development in the way that the shoreline and riparian areas are used is having as minimal an impact on your water quality as possible to keep your lake lovely, right? So it's balancing those things too, is how do we use the shoreline so that we can recreate at our beautiful lake in a way that enables us to protect our lake water quality and not have the Pigeon Lake, algae bloom problem or.
Well, I agree, yeah.
So it's that balance, right? So it'll be different for your lake than it is for some of those other lakes, just because of the lake depth adjacent to the shore issue. And that's Alberta Environment will know more of those things. And I think that your position is consistent with what we've heard from council previously, which is this is a recreation community. We need to be able to utilize the lake, which is our major and most significant recreation amenity. So the plan has to balance recreation with conservation. Yeah, so that'll be the push and the negotiation to try and make sure that we can balance that. And you guys will be the ones ultimately who direct, right? Like, no, this isn't enough. Yes, this will work for us because you know what your community needs.
Yeah, you're starting from a really good spot too. Like I'm just peeking again at the shoreline intactness information that CPP pulled together as part of their report from last year. And when we see summer villages, typically what we see are an entire band of very low intactness. The shoreline is gone along the front, and there's not a whole lot of work that can be done to help with lake quality and water quality in your community. And looking here, like a lot of what's along the shoreline here is either high intactness or moderate intactness, except for those areas where you have your boat launch and high recreational traffic, hitting the water. But it's starting from a really good spot here. So it's not it's I think something to be proud of here.
And when we can use that, when we're negotiating with Alberta Environment to say, hey, look, the data shows that we are good stewards. So clearly even though you have indicated you have concerns, the shoreline assessment that CPP did indicates that actually the riparian area is mostly intact. So our intention is to continue to be good stewards, but we still need to be able to access the lake.
I think in terms of the intactness, I think that's great and something that I'm very proud of, but it's something that's been pointed out a number of times, is that around the same lake with the same right-of-way issues, there are areas that they're harrowing the sand. They do that at
pulling the seaweed and vegetation off.
they're doing that at Old McDonald's. They're doing that at the campground across the lake. I think they're doing that at Pelican Point. So not saying that I want personally for us to do that here, but that question gets raised by residents a lot, is why aren't we harrowing here?
Yeah.
Family,
Yeah, and if we should, I guess that's
we have to discuss.
have to decide, but there seems like there's different standards around this same lake.
Yes, that's a good point too. We can flag that as in our back pocket if we need some heavier handed negotiating. We're so good. How come our neighbors get to do this and we can't?
Yeah.
Well, and I think we as a community need to be clear about what it is that we want.
Yes.
Do we want a combination? Do we want all intactness? Do we want some places which are more recreational where you would do the harrowing? Or what is it that we want? And that's where I think that those maps and that walkthrough that you're talking about are very important.
Yeah, and understanding the impact depending on where you're putting those areas. Because you are gonna have those residents who will see a higher impact than other residents.
That's right.
You gotta find that balance.
Okay,
Just wanted to throw this out. I know we said Wednesday, October 1st, but given your comments, would Friday, October 3rd be better allowing you to attend? And should we look at that? Because that can work on my end as well, but.
Friday works.
Fine.
For them.
What about you guys? Sure, I just sent out the invite. If not at it, I can
Yeah,
We could do that too.
I have a ortho appointment at 11 o'clock in the morning. on
Okay,
Friday.
we can pick the Wednesday one.
leave it at first, 10 a.m.
Okay,
Meet at the municipal office and then you go from there.
sure.
I wrote that in, we'll meet here, then have a vehicle at one end and then start the other.
Yeah, I'll make the arrangement.
Okay,
All right,
Thank you.
got it.
thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Everybody.
Thank you, interesting.
Okay,
Great, Sarah's here.
and hello, Sarah.
So we.
Oh, do we need a-
Listen and have a motion on it?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay,
October 1st, 10 a.m., but MPS been canceled.
And we made the resolution?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you, see?
item number 7.2, Sarah Kuhn.
Hi, Sarah.
Oh, and Brandon's here too.
Oh, there we go. Hey guys.
Okay,
Hi.
I think Brandon is going to hop on with us as well.
Okay.
There he is. He's connecting.
Okay, so start with Vermont.
so now we're gonna talk about the boat launch first, if that's
Okay.
possible.
Sure.
Okay. So, you provided a proposal to
Yes.
do some preliminary engineering review. uh,
Yes.
Would you like to talk about that proposal first, or do we just wanna, I guess we have it in front of us.
Yeah, I think our biggest thing was just, I guess, identifying from you guys what you're looking for, like what you're seeing, what the issues are that we need to be addressing. Because I'm assuming there's a reason you're not like you guys don't want to go with the same thing of putting in the concrete blocks with the chains. You're looking for something a little bit more, or I guess it's just me finding out an understanding of what you guys are looking for so that we can investigate properly.
I think there's two issues, and the first is that the boat launch has been unusable for essentially the past 2 seasons because of the low lake levels with the drought. So
There's also the low lake levels, and Brandon might be able to comment on this, but you guys also aren't getting your inflow from, where is that from, Brandon? That Alberta Environment said they've shut down?
The Pearl Creek inflow?
yeah,
Yeah, and that's not gonna happen for a bit, so
Yes,
we
yeah.
are dealing with what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
And
and maybe the answer will be just wait it out. You know, hopefully that these years are an anomaly and this project will get going, and maybe that won't be an issue going forward. But I guess the question that is asked is there something that can be done in the interim, whether it's dredging or some other solution that will get us way out from shore or something like that. So
Sure.
that's one question. And then the second one is that now it's happened twice in recent years where winter ice, I'm presuming, has gone and shifted those blocks around. And maybe it's worse because of the lower lake level, and so the ice is grinding right against the end of the concrete block areas, whereas in the past it was further up. And so maybe those problems are just again related to the low lake levels. But you know, is there something that would be, you know, where we're not having to go in and are we at risk
Repair
of
annually.
repairing annually?
Yeah, is there anything we can do to mitigate them shifting around?
And
Okay.
maybe the answer again is when the lake levels back up, this won't be an issue as much and we're fine, but I don't know.
Well, and my question also is that the appropriate place? Maybe because those ice flows and everything else is there, is that the appropriate place for that boat launch? Are there any other possibilities, like at the other end of the village, maybe? Where it's a little bit more protected,
My
right?
gut feel would be if that's not the right place, then we don't have a boat launch. I think it's more like it because the other end of the village is so shallow. I think you'd have more issues.
it goes further.
That's a place where it historically has dropped off pretty quick at that point to a navigable depth for boats in the past.
So we have a number of challenges, and the one is the low lake levels or the fluctuating lake levels. The ice
Yep.
pushing up against any docks that we've put in. But also because we are on the windy side of this fairly large lake, we get a lot of wind and sand movement, and anything we put in that extends far enough to get to the deep water is likely going to be drifted over with sand at the very first storm. So you know, some of the challenges are then you need to start talking about some fairly major structures like breakwaters and all of that, which really then starts to impact our community. And I know any structures you put out into the water tends to change the whole beach and the bay and all the little ways that, it'll could dramatically change the shoreline. So we're wondering at this point, is this exercise worthwhile? Or do we just kind of like what Paul said, is it just a matter of time? And I mean, even when the water levels come back up, there could still be some problems.
Okay.
What was behind me initiating the request to engage with engineers is just making sure we're taking, feeling that it's important enough that we take an active stance and, trying to address it rather than just saying, well, let's wait 2 years and see if the problem goes away. I don't think that's really a good answer. So
Yep,
it's
you want it
really,
investigated to see if there's something we can do, or if we do feel that it is a waiting game. Yep.
And while the lake level is so low, this could be an ideal opportunity to put in infrastructure that might reach out a little bit further, that when the lake level is high, it would be impossible or much more expensive to
Rather
do that
than the
work.
concrete blocks.
Yeah.
Well, or maybe this is a point to extend those concrete blocks out and bury them down so that they're well anchored and they're not going to move, and then we're good. But the lake, the shoreline is very accessible right now to do work. That might not be when the lake is high again. One thing to think about.
Okay. That
So you
sounds
had
good.
talked about Pigeon Lake is doing, or not Pigeon Lake,
Gull.
Pelican Point, Gull Lake
Gull Lake.
is putting rig mats in.
Oh, sorry, that is Pelican Point. So Pelican Point has put in rubberized, so rubber rig mats, not lengthwise, but widthwise. But they do not have the sand, or the shifting sands. if you
Okay.
will. And so what they did is, because people were using a boat launch that maybe wasn't,
They were using the beach.
they were using the beach. So they put these rig mats down. I know that Melissa had mentioned Buck Lake as a portable, and my thought was similar to Paul's, in that any permanent infrastructure we put in is either going to have to be massive and that really would impact that whole area, or a temporary seasonal, put it in, pull it out. And that's kind of more what I had asked or was looking for, was, are there solutions that don't involve, multi-million-dollar project that's going to drastically change the shoreline? Is there something that we could put in, because we are a lake community that's not been able to use it, and I think it's 3 years, but our launch, is there something that we could put in, a simple solution? And we don't want to just try this or try that, but what of other communities that have similar challenges done?
Sure.
So I guess, can I summarize something just to get clarity? You guys are kind of looking for a site evaluation and a data collection. Sounds like that's what you're looking for, to be able to have a further discussion, knowing
What our options are.
what could be the information that could be gathered to where we're sitting with, the issues we face, those kind of things. But you're not looking at going any farther into a plan until you have some evaluation of the site and some collection of additional data in regards to other communities and lakes. Is that correct?
I think that's fair, yeah.
Does that sound right, Sarah? Is that what you're kind of inferring from this conversation?
Yep. Yeah, get started, come up with some ideas, and then meet to discuss further.
So is this something that is within Aptus's wheelhouse of the sort of experience
We
that you
might-
guys have?
We might reach out to maybe a specifically hydrological engineer. We'll see. We'll start investigating a little bit more and do some research around what other similar lakes may have done. Local, like you said, more, not necessarily summer village, but more privatized kind of ones like that, where you're saying they're not putting in massive infrastructure because they are more private. We'll look at a few of those. And then, yeah, we do have. Sorry.
Sarah,
Yeah.
how does this tie in with the shoreline management? To me, having two separate entities looking at something and giving us feedback seems counterproductive to me. Like, if we're going with this shoreline management plan, is there not an arm there that actually would look at this as well? Like,
And you could definitely ask them and see. I mean, if they're already in the shoreline world, I wouldn't be I wouldn't be offended if this is like a more of an extension for them as opposed to us starting something new. Like, if that's in the best interest of the summer village, that they already have a certain amount of information, that would be, I wouldn't be offended.
I'm just not sure.
They are two different licenses. The one you're looking at is your 4-kilometer rec lease. The other one is a.
Going into the water.
going into the water.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think what she's saying is more like it's still in their wheelhouse of they're already doing the applications. It's just another application. Does that make sense? Like, there must be a similar amount that overlaps.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah.
not sure if that's in their wheelhouses to be looking at like engineering solutions. Whereas for the shoreline management plans, they're looking at it from like an environmental science
Protection.
view. I don't know if that's in their wheelhouse to say, here's options, here's engineered options for boat launch.
Yeah, NPS has worked with us for our environmental, making sure that we get the authorization for going into the water, things like that. They
But
have
that's specifically what we've asked them to do. So
Yeah.
I don't know if we've specifically asked them that this could be part of it or not. I guess something's really bothering me about having Peter and Paul and nobody's in between and all that kind of fun stuff. Like, I would like to, in deference to you, Sarah, I would like to maybe consider tabling this until
Yeah.
after we have our walkthrough and have our conversation with Shoreline, see whether or not that could be extended any, because you've already got one contract going, why go into another one? And it may be an arm that they're able to do. If not, then we've got the opportunity to come back to Aptus and say, okay, this is the scope that we want. We'll have a better understanding of what it is that we want and where we want it, and then go forward from there.
I think that's fair. I think the practical result of that is that means that this will be pushed back till next spring, because we'll be into winter months, and I think doing this work through the winter will be not feasible. I would suspect this is something that has to be done under open water seasonal, which is okay, I think, to push it back to next spring, because we're not going to do much in the meantime anyways. I
No,
think
there's no
I
way
think
we're
we
gonna
should-
get a contract to do anything
No.
Yeah.
between
We're
now
not
and,
gonna even get the approvals.
no.
Sarah, if this was postponed to the October meeting, that would still buy time before a full freeze up happens, would it not?
I can't predict the weather, unfortunately.
No.
I'd be in a different job. But I would think, when is your October meeting?
The first.
Yeah, I
Oh,
doubt it
or
would be.
October
I
meeting,
highly
sorry.
doubt it would be fully frozen by then.
20th.
The 20th of
Mid-October.
October.
Yeah, 20th
Mid-October.
is the meeting for.
I mean, based on how
So
weather
you're-
has been going, you're probably fine.
So your report is dependent on open water?
No, not
'Cause
necessarily.
The only
It's
time that
more,
we need
it's more investigative of different options. There's a
Right.
fair amount of documentation that I've seen from that you guys already have of photographs of the area, and I've been out there, I've walked out there before. So in terms of doing all the preliminary work, it wouldn't change, in my opinion. It would be more the later stuff when we're coming up with a final design that would change at that point. Yeah.
It would be till next spring anyway.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, so we can table
motion
this
to
to
table.
the next meeting.
So moved, open to table the October meeting.
Okay. And thank you for that. And now we're gonna talk about the drainage.
Did that get carried?
Oh, all in favor?
Yeah.
Yep, sorry.
Thank you.
Now, we're talking about the Summer Village of White Sands Drainage Plan and Water Act overview. So, sorry?
No, I
So
just said
this-
okay.
This has been on this has been on for a while. This was completed and we've accepted the final report. One thing that has kind of in just discussion is that this is very, grand.
Yes, this is, we were asked to do essentially we would normally call it a master drainage plan. Alberta Environment needed slightly different terminology just based on their own inner workings, and therefore we changed it to just drainage plan. But for you guys, for your intents and purposes, it is a master drainage plan of the existing conditions, with potential options for future improvement as you go along.
So our biggest concern on a drainage plan is that we have 2 or 3 low areas that if they hit a 50 to 100-year flood, could impact private owners. I think that was the main thing we were concerned about. And, for the most part, we're on a bit of a hill, but internally, there's some low spots that we have to, when the water table, when it's high water conditions, that we could potentially flood out some of our residents.
And you guys do have a pumping license with Alberta Environment for emergencies, yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think, it's important to note, so, this report was it received by council and approved like a year and a half ago. All previous members of council, so this is all kind of new to us. Just as a bit of an aside, I know that the version that we're looking at right now was signed May of 2025, so I'm not sure if there's any difference between what was approved in 2024 and the final report.
Not significantly. It was more
Just that kind of-
changes
Yeah.
for Alberta Environment for wording purposes, essentially, for how they need it to be. Yeah.
I know from my point of view, like this feels like, I mean, White Sands is a very natural area, and I think that's what I love about it. And this feels like, and we're a karst and kettle landscape or whatever it's called, and we have all these little ponds everywhere, which act as natural drainage basins. That's why they don't have overflow, is that it's natural. And we're talking fairly extensive modification for it. And I'm a little bit uneasy that I don't really understand exactly what the risk is. Like, what exactly are the properties that are at risk of flooding through here? How often or when have they historically flooded? How much of a problem is this really? That this report kind of goes in, accepting that, yes, this is a risk that we need to mitigate, and maybe there's prior work done to get to that. But, I'm kind of feeling like we need to step back to the start again and really understand what are we mitigating here and how real is that risk, and is it enough to justify a pretty intensive set of plans to fix, or is this something that we can say, this natural environment is actually fair, equipped to handle it and can handle, most of it, and there's some residual risk to some landowners, but, that's.
So what is the municipality liability if we do not mitigate a flood area? So if let's say, for example, I'm going to take one of the high ones, Buffalo Road, reconstruct Pond 3. Pond 3 floods and floods out 2 or 3 homeowners that are on that property. So there's property damage, not just encroachment onto their land, but there's property damage. What is the liability to the municipality because we didn't do this $363,000 upgrade?
I'm not actually 100% certain on the municipality's liability. These recommendations for future upgrades, not, I mean, they kind of already talk about, you've already got all your existing. So when they built, they already knew there was a pond there. I'm not sure what, how it's written in your sales agreements or in your bylaws or whatnot. Brandon, what are your
Yeah,
thoughts?
so I guess kind of to back up a bit into your first comment on like the goal of the report. So everything that we took a look at, we looked at what was an existing low spot and what we could do to mitigate any future flooding that would happen there. And the main goal was to keep everything that was gathering on the village property from flooding onto private property, and that was kind of our instruction. And that's where we kind of first identified the low spots and then identified like what we could do to get rid of them. Well, not get rid of them, but have a proper outlet during a large storm event. Our biggest concern, I guess, since it is the flooding into private property, was that if it goes unmitigated and damage happens to houses because of it's on village property and nothing was done, that the village would be liable. Like Sarah said, I haven't gone through your guys' bylaws line by line to see what the risks are that you've written in, but essentially it's kind of to avoid reaching that point, that we have a proper outlet and that any flooding has somewhere to go. The way it's set up now, like you said, it's draining into these low areas and then it's having to naturally work its way through the soil, through the sandy soil back to the lake, which works great during normal rainfall, normal yearly events. It's these large events that all of a sudden we get 100-year storm, you get 100 mils of rain in an hour, all that soil, it won't be able to have the water pass through it. And then what are we dealing with? And I know it seems kind of like a lot of these areas, well, nothing is going to happen, but because nothing has happened, and that's pretty typical. Every storm pond that we design, most people are like, well, we never see it rise up because it's not made for every day to fill up. It's made for one of the bigger storms you'll ever see to control that and have it outlet.
And that's why you guys have your pumping license as well, is that in the past, that's what's been used if anything starts to get close, which I'm sure you guys know as you live out there, but that's what it's been used or when it's been used, from my understanding.
And I think what happened was as the village expanded with subdivisions, you added, sometimes you don't get the proper plans in place and you added and increased that risk because your drainage was just to flow into the same old ponds that we had, but not even thinking about how much drainage is coming from this subdivision into this subdivision. And that is where the risks were starting to show up. And then that's the pumping licenses depending on the type of season we have. That's where they came into play, but it's not, it's a temporary, you have to have a plan. So if you have any other more subdivisions, you actually have concretely working without having to do the staff that you barely have.
So when we have a new subdivision, I mean, we've got gravel roads through the village. Are we just talking about, the addition of that much more roof runoff, and if somebody paves their driveway that you're just losing those portions of, is that where a new subdivision would increase the risk to the whole village?
Yes, because you'd essentially have you have your roof runoff, your gravel
It's not like
runoff,
we
your
have like
asphalt.
massive parking lots and buildings like in a city where it's,
No,
Yeah.
for sure. But you're also at the same time, the existing ground out there is more like a sponge than packed gravel or a solid roof where you're losing that. So essentially what we proposed even isn't providing a large amount of storage for large events. It's sized to provide as much storage as we can, and then still have everything flow out with a proper outlet into the lake so that we aren't getting flooding.
It's trying to
So the-
mitigate your risk without doing a complete full village redevelopment, essentially.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm just still a little hesitant to think that this risk is large enough to do this, and if we're just doing it to protect a small number of properties, and I still trying to wrap my head around how much is this risk. And granted to what you're saying, that, you know, I can say, well, in my 20 years, I haven't seen this happen much. You know, that's 1 in 100-year flood is a different kettle, but, you know, how much is necessary, and can we get things like the idea of, you know, can we get insurance that covers for this if we are liable for somebody flooding the basement?
The other thing is I've been through one of those 1 to 100 and, once in 100-year storms, in Stettler when I was on town council there. The issue that we had with our drainage plans there was not so much the damage to the property owners. Property owners will have their own insurance for flooding and everything else. It was to the infrastructure of the municipality where the concern was. That was through the storm sewers, through the lift stations, through all of the different structures that the town itself had to deal with. We don't have those storm sewers and sewage lines and everything else in this village. So my question, I have 2 questions. One, this is a report that you guys have created for us. We now know kind of what the costing is. Yes, of course, we're going to go forward. If we don't do it for 5 years, that costing is going to be different, all those sorts of things. We have to fund it in some way, shape, or form. So this report has been accepted by council. 2, if we don't do it, or if we choose to do only one, are we putting ourselves at risk in any way, shape, or form?
I guess to address your first comment where you're talking about comparing it to the town of Stettler, I guess there you probably had more underground storm sewer, you had catch basins, like you say, you had lift
Correct.
stations
And,
where.
yeah, we have to create drainage ponds and everything else.
Yeah, where here, your infrastructure is essentially your ditches and your roads. So the risk for your infrastructure is for your ditches to get washed out, for your culverts to get undermined, for your roads to get compromised, where we run into problems with flooding, where we have a ditch has too much flow in one of those events and it washes away part of the road is more kind of the apples to apples comparison of what the risk to infrastructure is there. And that's why we have a lot of these ponds serve as a place for it to temporarily water to go, to slow down, rather than, that's why we don't just say everything just gets dumped right into the lake as fast as we can. Because then we just have water that's flowing extremely fast, dumping in, gathering silt, gathering all the runoff as it goes and dumping in and causing a mess that way. Like I said before, for liability of not doing it in the right order, or it's something, if you have a plan to do it in 10 years and something happens before then, that I'm not exactly sure what the responsibility of the village versus the owners would be. We kind of identified the areas in there that we thought were the highest priority, that were at the most risk to damage, which was essentially how we approached it, to try to like say, well, if you have budget and you want to proceed with it, these are the worst areas and what we think could lead to the most problems. And we kind of worked too from being downstream, because there's no point in fixing something upstream that's going to cause a problem downstream further along.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if that answers your question or.
Partially. So Melissa, this report has been accepted by council.
Yeah.
But no budgeting and no project development has been planned for it.
That was now on your guys' radar on when you want to implement or proceed with any of those projects.
But it has been sent to Alberta Environment.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Alberta Environment to finish accepting it. We have a few more days left for what they call the SIRs, the supplemental information request, because one resident did put in a statement of concern, which I have emailed them and submitted to Alberta Environment for. And then, yeah, if it's a bit different with a drainage plan than if we were doing an actual specific project, because the concern is more about the potential for certain specific portions of a future project. So the response email is more explaining to them that there are still far more steps that would need to occur if any of these are to proceed. For example, wetland approval would need to be obtained from Alberta Environment Council. Obviously, you guys would need to approve a project, issue or request detailed design. There were far more steps. This is just very high level, saying these are items you can do if you want to proceed with anything. It's kind of one of those things where it's working right now. If you decide to start working on it or touch it, you need to meet new standards type thing, whereas typically other ones are grandfathered in if they haven't been touched. Once you start working with it, you need to bring things up to standard.
So this is sent to Alberta Environment under the Water Act for them without any commitment on our part, but just, you know.
As a drainage plan, yeah.
What do you think of this?
Yeah,
Would you accept this?
It's
Okay.
the plan, so that we're saying.
The plan saying this is what is existing. This is what we have suggested as potential upgrades. And then them saying, that sounds good. So yes, we are waiting for their final issuance of a Water Act approval. I think there's something like 10 days left on the supplemental information request. So.
Okay.
So it's not a plan that we just went out, did and just brought it to you guys. We wanted to make sure that Alberta Environment is on board with everything that we're trying to accomplish.
Okay. That statement of concern that you mentioned in the response, is that something you can forward to council?
Yeah, I can. It was in regards to the road right away in the 3rd Street pond. They don't
Yeah.
want it developed. That's what it was about.
Okay.
They thought that was what this was about, but no.
Oh.
We're not developing that road, we're just trying to deal with that pond area.
And we had just provided in there, because that is a possibility. It's not, even if you don't want to do it right now, that's always in the realm of possibility because you do have a road allowance through there. So we had just put in there, if the village ever decides to build the road through within their road allowance, here are the steps that would need to be followed. So that was that. And I kind of just outlined to the person who had emailed that there are many other steps that would need to occur. You guys would need to approve it in council. Obviously, there would likely be, I'm sure, chances for the community to give their input. There would need to be budget approvals, all these things. And in the end, there would still need to be Alberta Environment approval for the wetland itself.
And you would have to pay for the filling of the wetland.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's quite a large step for that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we'll, as part of our strategic planning, we'll have to look at that as one of the aspects, so we'll take that forward, I guess. Or do you have anything further to?
Well, I mean, whether it's now or later that we're considering this, you know, I really still want to have a better understanding of the flood risks. And I know it's referenced in the document that, you know, we brought forward the concerns to specific properties, but is there information that we have or that you can share that says, like, here's where this all started from, here's the properties that are at risk of flooding, here's the flooding that has happened. You know, I just really don't have an appreciation of that, and I'd like to understand that before we're making, you know, very big decisions in my mind.
I think we'll have to come back to the consultants at a later point and very specifically ask a very pointed, this is what we want now. We know where the low areas are specifically. I think we need to come up with a request if that's the case.
Yeah.
If we need further information, we're not gonna just be able to go out there and do a walkabout and say, okay, this, and this. But we might be able to say, okay, what are the 4 areas? And the report does go over it a little bit, but what are the
Yeah,
4 key areas? But
Yeah,
we're mostly, I mean, this area was identified as one of the low areas. I got a question I have is, if in a 100-year flood, is that assuming a certain amount of rainfall with no absorption? And this is if you dumped on, 100,000 gallons of water in a 1-hour period, it would just flood the hell out of this area and it has nowhere to go? Or is there some, okay, it can go into here, it'll contain some, but even in that hour, it's still going to fill it other little nooks and crannies and stuff like that. So Lauren, I think, had pointed out that if it 100-year flood, we could get 4 feet of water for the village center here. But what does that really mean? Would that ever actually, even in 100 years, would that ever actually happen? Like we're not next to a river or something that flows in a certain direction and floods its banks. These are ponds, I guess.
yeah, and is that, I mean, that's a terrible thing if that happens, but is that, I mean, are we dealing with loss of life, or are we dealing with, some flooding damage that needs to be repaired? And, I think those are fair questions to ask is, what's, if that happens, then do we, repair damaged drywall and carry on, or does it mean that people are gonna be dying and stuff like that? I mean, those are very different things. Like the
Yeah,
flood
so-
in 2013, that was like,
Brandon,
scary stuff, evacuating.
Yeah.
Brandon,
Oh, so yeah, when we develop a drainage plan or any kind of model, we take into account what they call either the imperviousness or the coefficient for the different types of land areas. So like your asphalt is a much higher imperviousness than a grass field because it can absorb a lot more. It's just once you reach those large events, those factors change and that like your ground becomes saturated and then all of a sudden it's absorbing the same amount as concrete because no more water can get into there. Whereas if you just have a small event, it still has a lot of capacity to absorb the water. And it's different for different soil types and different ground coverings. So it's all our assumptions on our best guess for what we do, since this is a very broad plan. It's kind of assuming numbers for I think rural residential is the classification that we use for the village, because it's not tight, close subdivisions. It's everyone's got quite a big yard, and it's not just a house that takes up 2/3 of the lot.
Right, so this plan addressed our low points, and that was the only thing. I mean, when I look at winter runoff and everything else, even on Front Street, and I'm sure that there's other streets in this village that are the same thing. We've got 2 hills that are running down into one particular area, and I know for a fact that if we got that 100-year rain, there would be 1, possibly 2 houses that would be totally flooded, because that's where the natural drainage of our village goes to, right?
Yeah.
And it goes right through that property into the lake. That has nothing to do with these storm ponds, because that water isn't even going to hit those storm ponds. And so I'm questioning whether or not, as a village, I know that we do need to look at these storm ponds and how we drain them, but are we actually even considering some of those other areas where there is no drainage directly to the lake, that the only possibility is through that property?
But again, would you say that that's nothing new, that those hills have always been, is that something that property owner accepted when they purchased and
Exactly,
built
I don't know, that's my question too.
and is that our liability?
and that is why this drainage plan we created it so that new development, new subdivisions, anything that happens, you have to start, there's a certain amount that has to be maintained within certain properties. from newer development or subdivisions, especially subdivisions, because that seems to have been where maybe some other issues previous became a problem because everything was pushed to one area instead of making those subdivisions create their own.
So with that in mind, Melissa, those subdivisions, we would, as a council, have to provide them, or we would have to require from them their drainage plan for that particular subdivision. And if they required a storm retention pond within that subdivision, then that's, in order for that subdivision to go forward, that would actually have to happen.
Yes.
But having this, now they have some basis of which to create their storm retention plan from.
Yes, so that's exactly it.
Correct.
This is essentially the starting point.
And I would just clarify, you call these storm ponds, they're not storm ponds, they're essentially.
I know
natural
they're
wetlands.
natural, but
Natural.
if you're
They're
looking at
wetlands,
a new if you're looking at, and most places actually use natural wetlands as storm retention ponds.
Yeah.
So absolutely, apples to apples, that's exactly what we're doing, so.
And when it comes down to any issues that may arise, sometimes that can hamper with us because we are using natural wetlands as a stormwater retention pond at the same time. Correct?
With no
Sarah?
overflow. That's a challenge.
That's the problem we had on Third Street.
Yeah, sorry, could you restate your question?
So what happened is as things expanded in the village and we didn't have proper drainage plans or ideas of the drainage, we were always putting everything towards the natural wetlands that now becomes part of our stormwater management in a way without saying it. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, when it comes down to it, when we have an issue that arises, that's a bigger liability issue.
Well, yeah, but my question is still, is it a given that the natural wetlands are insufficient for our village as it stands right now? And I don't think I've actually seen an answer to that question. We're making an assumption that it's not sufficient, but I'm not seeing the evidence of that, or the work that the engineering work to justify that these natural wetlands are no longer sufficient with what we've got for current development. Future subdivisions, I think that's a fair question, but because then
And I don't
future
think-
subdivision can take on that burden.
I don't think it's been stated that any of them are insufficient. It was, what can you do to provide an outlet in order to not maintain the pumping license? I think in order to know if any of them are insufficient, you would need to do a further in-depth study of each of them.
Why would we discard the pumping license?
No, I'm not saying to do it. I'm saying
No,
this was
we're
part of our direction was to provide options in case you ever wanted to.
I think that may have been, I'm surmising, but that may have been a feeling of previous council, is that the pumping license requires active action.
Active maintenance.
And somebody has to get out there and run the pump, and we have to have the pump, it has to be working.
You have one staff member
Yeah.
that is gonna have to try
So-
and deal with all of the active pumping licenses.
Yeah. So should we try,
And monitor.
I think the thought was perhaps should we get to something that requires no active use, it's just there and it happens. And I guess that's.
Okay.
Again, it's
Okay.
another thing, like, you know,
Yeah.
if something floods because it was a weekend and the person wasn't available and the pump wasn't started up for 24 hours, maybe there's a liability there.
When you knew that
I think I'm
there's,
pretty clear where I'm feeling on this. I think keeping the pumping license may be a viable option,
Oh,
but,
sure.
Absolutely.
you know, I think that's part of what this is trying to address, is making it so it's happens
Yeah.
automatically.
For our purposes, this report clarifies exactly kind of where the levels are and what we could do if we chose to and had the budget to. I don't think our work is done. I think we need to look at maybe some disaster assistance planning or something like that that would address the single employee issue, and then go from there.
multiple options, it's just
Yeah.
a plan.
Okay.
So what's
Just
our
to-
next step?
Just to touch on like what, kind of everything that we we're talking about here with the natural wetlands is our intention was never to go in and like dig out everything and make it everything with proper slopes like you would a brand new pond in the existing areas. That's why we had that kind of our micro pond area that was 2 meters below the normal water level was essentially so that we'd have an area that water could drain to within those existing ponds that would be just dug out a little deeper to keep it below the frost line. And then we would install an orifice that would be below the normal water level, which would be set in the future with, if you wanted to move forward, so that it could drain out and we would be below the water level of properties around it. Our intention wasn't to propose going in and digging out a bunch of existing ponds and replacing it. It was just to modify these so that they would have a proper outlet rather than the proper outlet being going through people's property.
Okay.
Okay.
And maintenance of those orifices is another ball game altogether again, because if you only use it once every 100 years, who says that in that 100 years it's actually going to work? Has it plugged off? Has it have tree roots grown through it? What's the maintenance of those, and what's the schedule and cost of that too?
Yeah, so that would be like a yearly thing, but I guess that the idea is that rather than having someone who's running around trying to make sure pumps are running when it's flooding, it's at a set schedule, someone goes and checks and makes sure that orifice is open. In the event that an orifice does get plugged, that's why we propose the weir wall with an emergency sluice gate. And that weir wall is set, so once you reach that height, water just flows over it completely. And that water would be unrestricted. So it could flow as much as it needs to. And that height would be set off of what we want to see as a high water level. So in the event that you would move forward with this, we would set that high water level that would be below the elevation of the surrounding properties. And then in the event that we had so much rain that it overcame the orifice or the orifice was plugged, that would be its outlet, is going over that weir wall.
And is this talking about a specific pond, or is this like the common design that you use?
That was that common, that figure 6, our typical outlet detail.
Okay, anything further on that, or we need to?
Motion to
Accept
accept
it.
this information?
Okay, we'll make that motion to
Okay.
accept.
Just before we do that, I'm just wanting to, so, like, are we
Where do we
doing
go
anything
from here?
further here, or are we just kind of putting this aside and dealing, like, I just want to understand what the plan is going forward with this issue or this plan.
This will be something you'll take a look at through your budgets. You'll take a look at it through your capital plan. You'll take a look at it through your strategic planning. So that it's a plan, and you will have it for referencing and decide where you want to go with it, or what's your future plans, or,
Okay,
but it's there. It would be like having a water and sewer plan. Same idea. It's like in your pipes, or checking your roads, and what's your construction schedule, and you kind of set up, and if you move it 10 years down the road, then whatever the numbers said, then you will add a
Okay.
certain percent. It's the same idea, but it's a plan that now we can reference for any future subdivision developments. Will have to come in line with.
I think that's fair for future subdivisions. Leona, you made the suggestion of, is this, making a disaster response plan? Is that, I can't remember exactly the
Yeah.
word you used, but, is that something that's appropriate to just have as a follow-up action is, how else can we manage a 1 in 100-year flood event? And is this continue to be a part of that, or is there different actions that we do? And I think that's maybe something to put on
If we don't have one, we certainly need to look at it.
the list to be working on
Yes.
as interim
And
steps.
that will be coming to you in your next meeting from your previous mayor, who's coming to present some more information on his water pump investigation and stuff like that. So
Okay.
these will all come into play.
Okay, in the interest of time, thank you very much. for all your input and being grilled and poked out a little. We needed to get some clarity.
It's very helpful.
It's very helpful. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Again, moving to accept the Summer Village of White Sands Drainage Line and
So
Water
moved.
Access for you as information.
So moved.
Yes.
Ready.
Okay, that was
I
an
hope that
interesting
helps.
discussion. Yes.
Can we take a
Yeah,
5-minute
let's
bio
take
break?
a little break.
So dance hall recess.
Yeah, recess, 10 minutes. back into at
11:44.
little over.
Yeah, you're 5 minutes over from the 10 minute. Oh, well. Okay, 11:44.
Okay, welcome back, back into session at 11:44. I believe we finished with the transportation. We were working and we've talked about the franchise fees. I believe we finished that with a motion. Am I correct in that
Yes.
assumption?
Yeah, we
Okay.
did a motion and all we're looking.
So now we're
for-
looking at vegetation cleanup on page 78.
Mhm.
And the proposal for that. And not sure why we're calling it vegetation cleanup. Oh, is this for,
This was a request that you had asked me to investigate, seeing, and I checked with the county about when after the fire
Deadfall.
incident.
this is
deadfall.
deadfall cleanup,
Yeah, I call it vegetation because it could fit a lot of.
but we're not
different-
taking grass.
No, that wasn't the intent.
And
It
then
would
we're
be
not
banned.
taking piles of weeds from
Leaves.
and leaves and that. This is strictly dead
Trees.
trees
Well, it's coming from a fire. Something,
from a
so
fire, okay.
Dead leaves, like,
Yeah, it kind of, you wanted something to manage this fire risk.
So this was the ability, similar to what Roshan has, they have their little trailer that their residents can throw their branches, dead branches into.
And their grass cuttings and their leaves, they do a lot
I
of
guess
that.
that'd be something to talk about is whether we're eliminating certain things. So the main thing was just that it has to be everything that's organics.
That's right.
So the proposal here was to, do we want to defer or do we want to push something for this fall?
Yeah,
I
and
think given the timing, deferring to the spring is reasonable.
Okay, I don't have any, Leona, anything to say further on that?
No, I don't, because I don't think this really addresses the deadfall issue very much either. Which is what I want
Which
to
would,
address.
a contain, like a container for residents to be able to put their deadfall into? That's kind of what this was,
this was about helping to do a spring cleanup, getting people to do.
clean up
Get
their,
their leaves and
lots.
branches and
Yeah.
everything else done.
Yeah.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with the deadfall that is.
Not the trees.
In the, okay.
No,
not the standing
No,
trees,
okay.
that's a different one. This is simply, hey, I've got a bunch of,
Yeah.
branches, dead branches and stuff that I want to clean up in my yard, not on the MR, but in my yard, that I now have a place to put it so that it's kind of all of the fire smart in that end.
And so,
Yes.
so why the deferral? That's my question is, why the deferral? If it's just vegetation, if it's just from yard cleanups, somebody's got a whole bunch of dead leaves and everything else, the deferral is monetary or what, why the deferral then?
the deferral is, one, it is, we're limited on our staffing now, it's not the peak season of when everybody's coming out doing stuff. And two, working with the county, there is those additional costs that we didn't budget for, so,
Well,
that's what
the
deferral-
labor component has nothing to do with it, because we are not going around and collecting it from lots.
But somebody has to dump it.
They have to, we would put a bin out here and they would be able to use it.
But we talked about having something
talked-
at the bin,
Yeah,
staffing
manning
it
it.
to make sure
Oh,
that somebody's
wow.
not putting their refrigerator in it.
Yes.
That
yes.
was why.
Okay, that's where the overtime was, or
Yes.
the staff time.
Yeah.
Which I don't.
But I think coordinating it with the county, if they're doing a similar thing, coordinating with them makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah.
Being able to plan it in advance, particularly for us out of towners, then, if I'm gonna say, okay, I'm gonna make sure I'm up that weekend, just do it in the fall, I think we're out of time. But.
Yeah, I would really like to continue coordinating this with the county and move it forward for 2026.
Spring cleanup is probably reasonable, considering that we haven't done any of that planning.
Right.
Manning it, I'd have some issues with that, like, really? We have to man it?
If you don't, then you probably have to have additional
How
costs
many
for dumping it.
refrigerators did you have in the trailer that was here that people could put their dead branches in?
haven't had one.
There's been one in the past
I don't.
where
I
you
don't
could,
know.
you could put branches in a trailer that was sitting out here if you had them,
Similar to Roshan.
similar to Roshan.
I thought we
Yeah.
had things in the past where you leave it by the roadside, but
Yeah,
When
at
it
one
was
Well,
point,
at
pick
one
up.
point that,
maybe
that was
they had a
curbside pickup.
trailer, and then they used to go around with the tractor, and you had to have the like staffing, and then you had to haul it, and so there's all these costs. Where this, I can't tell you whatever happened, but I have heard, but I can't verify, is yes, things got put into those things that didn't belong there. We get it with our regular bins either way. So I think the manning concept was because there were concerns people would just out of the blue throw something in there, and then we gotta deal with it again anyway, because it can't stay there.
So if we
So I don't
pony
know.
up with the county, it is for a weekend event. And it wouldn't be excessive to have somebody there to monitor and for 8 hours on Saturday and 8 hours on Sunday and tell people, no, that this doesn't belong in here.
Well, and it buys me time to work out the rotation of how they want to work this.
the rotation of how.
With the county.
It's a specific bin, and they wanna put it in all the different lake areas and just do a rotation around to all the different community areas.
So this 30, I mean, we can either do it separate or pony up with them.
Yeah.
It's,
And if it's not gonna work, then I would propose to council, we'll just arrange it and get it done in budget.
Okay, I'm okay with deferring it then, because we don't really have a plan at this point in
No.
time for the fall. Whether or not we defer it and go with the county or figure out something on our own, I think this needs to come forward in November, December, whatever, so that we
Yeah.
have that plan in place for the spring.
and I still don't think it's vegetation. I think it's dead, fire smart cleanup or something. So that it very specifically says, this is for your dead branches that you've trimmed out of your area to protect your house. Basically, isn't it? Isn't that what we're talking about?
Well, and I think you need to put that there in the resolution and to have me continue working with the county on an implementation idea for 2026 and bring it back in December.
I think it's fine to say, yeah, this is one of the Fire Smart initiatives that we've undertaken.
Yes, I think it is
Yeah.
a fire smart initiative. I'd like to use that language.
Yeah.
So that it's not just, oh, that was an ugly tree, I removed it, and it was a green tree and I cut it all down.
Yeah.
This is more, removing that fire smart hazard like they talk about clearing it away from your house.
I can't imagine we'll get to the point of turning somebody away because they're trying to put grass clippings in it. But I think in our communication,
Yes.
to Fire Smart,
This is the
and
intent.
the person is there to make sure that they're not putting
Well, it
their
depends on where
junk
it
metal
goes.
into it.
It depends on where it goes. If you're taking this out to the county landfill site and you've got grass clippings and leaves and branches, you can't dump the two in the same place.
That's right.
No,
No, they keep them separate.
They keep them separate,
One's
so
more
you,
composting and one's a burn pile.
yeah,
So we have to make sure that we work through it.
Okay.
great. So if by saying vegetation, I would suspect that some people would interpret it that it is all my spring leaves that I've cleaned up off my lawn, I can throw in there, rather than me having to take and do something with them.
I think you still want to leave some onus on residents to take care of their own grass clippings or leave them on the grass or compost them or something to that effect. I don't think we need I don't think grass should be included in this
okay.
Okay, we're gonna defer this, but we want administration to come back in November with a bit of a proposal for the spring.
November, December.
Okay? No, we need to go back now, don't we? To the.
Yes,
on
so
the-
moved by Harry Douglas to table vegetation cleanup bin, the name for it right now, to the November or December meeting.
Right,
And may administration come back with a plan.
yes. So before we get into council reports, we need to go back to
To
talk
bylaws.
about bylaws and policies, page
Yeah.
20. And the first one was the remuneration. Wow, we're jumping right into it. Okay, we asked administration to go back and as part of our organizational meeting to discuss compensation and reimbursements. And just kind of try to get an idea of what the norm is. And normally we would recommend that this be done prior to the election, but we did not have that opportunity. So comparatively, do we want to just get a summary or do we have that?
Somewhere was in here.
So I took two things. I did the wage thing that we always get annually. And they have a chart there that says council member rate, 1 per day. So the per day rate ended up being minimum is 100, maximum is 325, but the median and mean is around the 200. Half day,
And we are at 100.
Oh, you're on that, the page before.
2023.
and then the minimum is 50 on a half day, and the maximum is 225, and the median is about 125.
And we're looking at summer villages here.
On the
Yes,
second.
villages and summer villages.
Villages and summer.
Yeah, so I thought that's a good variety.
Yep.
To provide there, and then the next chart, I actually went to these communities and this is what I found out.
So just a question on that one. So, White Sands and Summer Sands, White Sands has the per diem, or not the per diem, the honorarium monthly.
Yeah, only another municipality, the rest all just do it by meeting.
That's what I was gonna say. So this would be a half day or full day meeting here that they just,
They don't differentiate between committee meetings and council meetings.
Nope,
so our White Sands monthly honorarium is 145. So that could be considered like a half day or full day meeting compared against that, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Typically, they would have the meetings.
and then your special meetings, but you get paid for that separately anyway.
That's as a meeting, under that meeting.
I thought it was very interesting when I did the research for it. It was very interesting.
Yeah, so we're certainly, White Sands is certainly on the very low end of the pay rates.
Yes.
Yep.
So where do we go from here?
What's Roshan Sands do? I don't see them on this list.
They don't do the meetings, but they do an honorarium.
Yeah, that's it.
Like a monthly?
I think they do theirs yearly, but that might have changed after I left. It was a yearly one, they got paid in August.
And they don't even submit it.
No, they don't
Expense
expense
reports, they don't.
Oh, really? So they don't, and then that's that for
Yeah.
council committee meetings, however many. Interesting.
And they're not on this list at all
No,
then.
because they're,
No, because they are quite a unique different. You just get the honorarium, that's it. That's all they've ever done.
And do we have any idea what their honorariums are?
I just say, you out of this. Let me see if I can pull it up on my list.
Yeah.
I'm just, this is just history by working there.
well, irregardless, we've got the rest of them there.
Yeah.
And it would still show that we're on the extreme bottom end of it. Other than, Island Lake is the only one that's under that. So what do we do about it? If anything? I mean, we are comparative in size and with especially the Summer Villages page. So that's very comparative. Which would still show that for the most part,
Yeah, White Sands is very competitive, very similar in terms of the rate, the resident population. We're larger than most in terms of the
Dwelling.
dwellings.
Yeah.
We're the largest on that list. Not the,
Oh, she doesn't have their one on the list. I can't see the.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's
Sorry.
fine.
so in the last meeting, you made the suggestion that this is something that we address before each election, which I think is very valid, but given that this information that we didn't have before,
Oh, we have to address it now, I agree, but just going forward.
yeah,
So there's two options you have, I think. Might be something to consider. Okay, so the policy I put in is with the amendments that you guys had stated you wanted from the org. So this policy here is your new policy. And if you want time to review these rates, then we could bring this policy back at the next meeting, so which allows you guys some time.
I think I'd like to deal with it
I'm good with
rather
that
than
too.
kicking it down the road. You know, I'm not a big fan of.
Deferring everything.
Yeah, so the honorarium puts us in the ballpark, does it not?
well,
Ish. For these meetings.
for these meetings, I'd say it's ballpark.
Okay.
consider it
Yes,
like
yeah.
So the honorarium can stay and we can adjust the committee meetings up to the average or the mean.
Okay.
Would that be appropriate?
So the average of the means, so that'd essentially be 125 and 200,
I believe that's what it was, so
or thereabouts.
per day is 200. And for a half day is, yeah, that 125, 120, 25.
So that's $50, right? So $50 for a half day, but you're going $100 for a full day
Increase,
increase, yes.
yes.
I mean, we could always do a 50 and 50, which would still have us below the mean, but then, that's at least something that could be going forward for until next election cycle, but.
Well,
I know,
I think we're
most
kind
of our meetings end up being half day meetings.
yes,
Not too often we have full day ones, maybe when we go to the
You're right.
ACA conference and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yes.
I don't want to put my name next to it more than anybody else, but I would suggest that the full day rate be 200 and the half day rate be 125. So that puts us smack in the middle of the pack and still this keeps us very reasonable. And leave the honorarium where it is. Is that
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Sure.
okay? Motion? Did you capture it?
I did, just give me,
Want to repeat it back?
yeah, moved by Mayor Semple to keep the honorariums as is and change the meeting rates. From half days, sorry.
No.
Meeting rates $125 and full days to 200.
Motion should be to amend the remuneration policy.
Right.
Schedule A.
And I don't think that's out of whack at all. Like if you look at the rest of them, that is pretty much the
Yeah.
standard. That's what the,
So are
And
you
the
all,
meeting per diem rates.
in fact, we're
up
still
to
under. But
4 hours changes from 75 to 125.
and the full day rate changes from
From 100
to 200.
to 200.
and is that for both the special council meetings and conferences?
Anything other than the regular.
Anything
council.
other-
Yeah,
Yes.
it just needs to be said in there. It's not just the special meeting rate. It
Yes,
is.
and this is for budget, special, committee, board, training, conference.
And
Just
organizational meeting
Yeah,
too. And all of
exactly,
that.
yeah.
Any other than regular council.
Yeah, we'll add more.
So just as a question, we're talking the October 1st beach walk day, would that be considered? Is that
That's a
me?
special meeting. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I met with this resident or that resident to
Yeah.
talk about that. That's not part of this.
You've made a resolution to have that meeting
Yeah.
and walkthrough.
That's considered a meeting. yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
All right,
And I don't think I mean, we don't abuse that. We're not in it for the money. It's just, this is trying to get it up to the average.
And the information I gathered, it was there.
To back it up, for sure.
And in the last minutes, was the motion made to review these prior to elections?
Yes,
Yes.
and I added it
Stuck it in the policy too.
in the policy, just going back to where I did it.
I remember seeing that.
Yeah, I remember seeing that too, but I just wanted to make sure.
1.4, before a municipal election and council dissolution, the outgoing council will review this for
Yeah.
remuneration.
So then that gives you the opportunity to say, okay, in May, I have to get all this information, and in June, that council needs to set these rates.
It gives me really clear direction, yes.
It doesn't, council needs to set the rates, but they have an opportunity.
They have an
Oh,
opportunity.
absolutely,
Yeah.
It has to be reviewed,
has to be reviewed.
has to be reviewed, so they can do whatever.
And once every 4 years is often enough.
Yes,
Generally.
and
I mean,
it's
still
still
is
in there that
It's
you
still-
can be reviewed annually by council at the organizational meeting, considering inflation, municipal comparisons and other factors, and before a municipal election.
So
So it's
in-
got all the options.
So in a
Okay.
case like this where we realized that it was far off, we didn't do it, but I think like you said, for transparency and clear governance and avoiding conflict of interest, the outgoing election is an ideal time to.
Absolutely.
To review it.
And are you guys good still with the 15?
The rest of it still stays.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does the effective as of, but you want as of this month? Because that's.
As of, effective as of October 1st.
Perfect.
Sure.
Add that to the resolution.
Okay, we got everything there? Oh, we vote,
Yeah, you gotta vote on it.
yeah, passed, okay. Moving on to agenda item 6.2, the dead standing tree policy. Okay, this was trying to clarify what trees, dead or dangerous trees located on MR or ER could residents touch?
Yes.
Or could we touch? What do residents and what do we do as a summer village to address a dead tree standing
Address a dead tree of concern.
of
I
concern?
would-
Fair enough,
Concern.
yes,
Yes.
because it could be leaning, I guess.
Or it could be a small one, or, you know,
Yeah,
one
yeah.
that somebody is. worried
Areas
about.
of concern, and that might be something close to a power line, or I guess that would be different, because that would be APCO's responsibility.
Well, it depends.
We just find that out here.
We went through this. If it's the main line along the roadways,
Yeah, That's
then
theirs.
that's theirs.
It's
if
from
it is
there
a-
to a residence, that's theirs.
That's not theirs.
That's not there.
Sorry, that's the residence.
Yes.
Yes,
And
that works
Other,
for all
other,
utilities.
other than 2 or 3 years ago, they came along and offered special compensation. I had a maple tree underneath the power line, and they said, okay, we'll offer you $300 to take this maple tree down,
Because it's gonna be a problem.
because it's gonna be a problem. And because they wanted to clear out all the lines, and so that was their decision, it
Yes.
wasn't anybody else's.
Yes,
Yes, and of course, we're on the, I think it's another 2 years here, they will be coming through again, so there's those
Every
things that
5
when
years.
they're in the community, they'll talk with us.
And do we have any resolutions saying that on private property, residents shall not plant trees adjacent to a power line? That, the ones that are running up and down the road?
On private property, oh,
I don't think so.
we don't
No.
have control over private property.
I think that's where they come in and say, that maple tree you planted, we don't like.
Yeah,
I don't know, it was there when I got here, so.
as with most of them,
Yeah.
they're 30-year trees, so 30
Yeah.
years ago, something
Yeah.
happened.
but it's
Um,
becoming very interesting, cause when trees have grown up, and we notice in the older subdivisions, these are becoming
A problem.
a problem.
Okay,
But
So when ACWA came along and removed that maple tree, I had to sign a thing saying I would not plant a tree within a certain
Oh.
Okay.
distance of that power line
interesting.
In return for the payment.
in return for the thing, yes.
Yeah,
But
okay.
then if you sell and a new person comes in, they don't have that.
Well,
Okay, this is where.
I
we're doing
actually,
the-
to be honest with you, I don't know if ACWA put a caveat or something
Yeah.
on the
your land
title.
titles.
Yeah,
They may have, I don't know.
Well, this one deals with only dead standing trees on municipal or ER.
correct, that's
So
it.
that's like the private, we're gonna leave that one alone.
Yeah.
For now.
Absolutely.
But what do we think about,
What's your feel with what I have presented? And what's your take on it? Like, I had no idea where you wanna go with this, I just tried to take whatever we did.
I think this helps to give something, a process to go by when a resident complains, and I had a tree come down over my fence, from the MR and take out some stuff. Lucky it didn't get more damage, but there's like 3 other trees that I looked at that are out there too. And this kind of gives guidance on how I'd approach that.
Yeah.
The thing that I was wondering about when I looked through the policy is it's all good until it kind of gets down to the tree risk and hazard prioritization matrix,
Okay,
where it
Matrix,
talks
yeah.
about, low priority, a fallen tree off trail as residents permit. Why would that even be on there? If it's a fallen tree that's already fallen, it's off trail, it's 0. We wouldn't do anything about it, would we?
Well, just like residents come back with.
But they want it removed if it's on the trail.
Well, but it's off trail.
Off trail.
Oh,
It's an
trail.
So
off
if
trail.
it's in the woods, there's a tree fallen,
Why wouldn't we let that just sit?
I would say that just sits, that's,
So I could remove that one as a change to it? Take the low.
Or I-
So I
off.
know why, because people are looking at it and saying that's a fire hazard.
That's right.
Because you look at in front of some properties, like I'm thinking farther down the way, a property that I visit, they had tons of deadfall. And it was trees that were fallen or leaned over and leaning against each other, and
okay,
they're looking at it as a fire hazard.
okay. Fallen tree off trail as a fire hazard.
And we
Okay,
call
I guess I was thinking something that's decaying into the ground. and
Yeah,
it's gotta
yeah.
leave it.
Yeah.
Already
No,
laying flat.
they're looking at it as a fire hazard. They're saying, I've got all this dead wood here. If something happens, that is just fuel for a fire
Okay.
to come and approach my
Well, then you
house.
can leave that on there and
we
just
put it
say,
as low and as resources. permit,
So
because
is
we don't
this,
have a lot.
is this going to, well, residents aren't gonna take this into hand and go start clearing out the MR of any underbrush.
no,
We're really firm on that one, no.
no, they pointed out here that I have concern about this area.
And
Yeah.
then it's up to, so we in the village is responsible for removing those trees. Or them with permission.
Well, it's,
Removing the tree or doing whatever else, I mean, like. I guess I'm thinking a fallen tree, I mean,
so,
like you may just buck it up and leave it on ground to rot.
yes.
That could be the response.
We would or they would?
We,
So.
That needs some clarity.
I wanna know, and I've been asked this, most of us back onto some sort of MR, or there's MR involved. And, well, can I clean up the MR that's immediately next to me? Because I see it as part of this fire smart. I want to, clean up the walkway or the area just immediately next to me, not the whole 2-3 acres or whatever. But can I do that? And my understanding is residents are currently not allowed to remove trees or anything from an MR.
So the village, okay,
So what does this say?
in the past, you have given specific authority to
Case
go,
by case, yeah.
for them to go do that.
case by case, yes.
With our,
We do.
But they have to allow us, they have to ask us,
yeah,
ask the village.
So permitted uses of MR and ER is passive recreation, walking, bird watching, trail benches and signage, educational, municipally approved seasonal access points. That's our permitted use. Permitted without written prohibited without written permission, tree vegetation removal. So you can't,
without,
Without permission.
that's
doesn't say
right.
you can,
Private storage or landscaping, you can't do that without us giving you permission. Structure placement, need permission. Use of motorized vehicles, you need permission.
but what
And
is,
modifications for private views or access, you need
I think
But-
we should add prohibited uses of MR and ER in that.
But I think.
Well,
what
that's what this is, it's right in here,
I know, but I would do it as you're heading right, again,
prohibited
if you have
uses.
permitted,
with
and then you have prohibited, I would continue FMRE or
Okay,
be clear.
so we can amend that part there.
But then I think where this came from a lot is liability. So some resident says there's this big tree. I'm worried it's gonna come crashing down onto my property and cause damage. And we say, okay, you can take it out, and then they go out there with a chainsaw and they hurt themselves. Then what?
And that is where also in this policy, we put acts of nature and natural tree falls. So the village is not liable for damage caused by acts of nature such as winds, storms, or erosion unless gross negligence is proven. So now it's on them.
Right, but this whole thing started that if there's a big tree and somebody has pointed out that says, I'm concerned about this. And yeah, like, I mean, we still have that disclaimer, but you know, if
Now that we're aware of it,
now,
If a tree related concern is reported by a resident, which is what you're saying, and the village inspects the tree and determines that it is healthy.
Right.
And not an imminent hazard,
and then
the
it
village shall not be held liable if the tree is later
Right.
damaged, uprooted, or causes harm due to natural events such as strong winds, heavy snow, or excessive rainfall.
But the question is then, if there is a tree that somebody brings forward and Alan goes out or you go out and look at it and you say, or an arborist comes out and
Yeah.
they say, yes, that is a risk that this tree could come down and cause damage. Does the resident take out that tree? Do we take out that tree? Is it a case by case basis? How is that decided?
that's the crux of it.
Yes.
And what I'm seeing on this is a policy that would allow, that would say White Sands would go in and take out an agreed risk tree. If it's not, if we don't agree that it's a risk, I guess. you
Then
could
the
say
next step
the
is
next-
they have to get an arborist.
The next
Yes.
step is that we could give permission for the resident to take it out. And, or for them to take it out themselves, but it has to be very clear that we don't accept.
Yeah.
Liability for damages that they may have, but. And then, you know, if
And we
in spite of all this, a tree still does come down and cause damage, we're not liable. You know, we did a best effort assessment. You said it was, is that making sense?
Yes, it does make sense, and
But that's kind of not, that step-by-step thing is really difficult, because when we're looking at cost budget in
Yeah.
that first part, it just says, well, these are the things, an arborist service, a tree removal cost, an annual budget, or staff time. To me, there needs to be a step-by-step process, that this is what happens. Okay, you got a problem tree, staff comes out and takes a look at it and says yay or nay.
Yeah.
If they say nay, then the resident has the opportunity to say, okay, but I would like an arborist to inspect that tree. But that is that on
That's
their
their
dime
cost.
or
It
is
should be
that on
on-
our dime?
and maybe that needs to be the clarity, it's on their dime and we will give them permission to handle it.
Well, yeah.
Well,
I mean, like,
to have the
we may,
arborist come out, then there's the tree removal.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I think it could be an option that we call an arborist too, if we go out there and say, I'm not sure. You know, it could be us that says.
Oh, absolutely,
We'll consult an
absolutely.
arborist, if we say, you know, in our judgment, clearly, not clearly, in our judgment, it's not a hazard. They could go and get an opinion from an arborist at their own expense. Or they could just say, can I have permission to deal with it?
Well, number 9.1 says residents may not remove or cut trees without approval.
That's
So
right,
that's saying we might give them approval to remove a tree.
that's right.
That could be an option,
But is that what-
if we say we don't think it's a hazard, or we don't think it's enough of a hazard, it's all,
But we allow them to still remove it.
No, we allow them to get an arborist out to make an
Well-
assessment on the trees.
So maybe there needs to be
I-
more clarity and include arborist as a option for a resident to provide that clarification. So I think I'm hearing some good points. I think we need to get it more clarified with a couple of key things to make sure that we're covering things off.
And we also need to, I think, as a village, there needs to be maybe a once a year or twice a year, maybe in coordination with the the cleanup or whatever, go out there and actually say, okay, like have somebody actually go up and down. Okay, there are some very dangerous trees here that need to be removed, and it is something that maybe we as a village do. I don't know.
So that's a budgetary thing.
I know it is.
Yeah.
I know it is.
But if we could work it into the policy and then you will decide based on your budgets. when we're
Exactly.
gonna Do this.
Exactly. So we'll budget up to X number of dollars per year for tree removal
Well, for
and
for MR inspection and removal.
inspection and
Yes.
removal,
Because
yes.
the inspection part is literally going around and walking the perimeter of every MR
Right,
and every MR pathway, and used or not used, you still have to walk those.
So, but this is specifically looking for trees that are a safety hazard.
Correct.
Yes.
That have the potential to damage private property. We don't care if it falls in MR.
Yeah.
Right?
Is it official walkways or is it ones that anyone, like?
All
anyone-
MR.
Okay,
I
well,
mean,
just
how can-
double checking.
Yeah,
well, okay, I'm thinking of my own property. Again, it came this way when I bought it. It is cleared from my cabin down to the lake. I have no trees in front of me whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I mow it all the time,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
But there are trees that are on the MR that certainly could fall across and hit someone when I'm sitting on there. Is that a danger? There are trees that could possibly come and hit my cabin. Is that a danger?
My thing was, you have actual walkways that you have accesses for, but then you have ones that are,
Unofficial.
unofficial that people have made over the years.
So there's public and private walkways.
Yes, so when someone's going out around and walking, and you're having them assess, are you doing just the public ones, or are you doing public and private?
Well, if you look at the maps, there's literally a walkway, like through and every cul-de-sac and everything. There are, whether they're used or not, some of them are growing up with trees and you can't even determine where they're at,
I think,
but.
yeah, like, I
But
think,
those could still be technically on MR and they could still fall into something.
I think, I think the annual walk of it would cover the official pathways.
Yeah.
Because we can't be
And
tasked with
private.
even knowing, or expect us to know where every little pathway is. But I think a path, MR, the public can walk anywhere in MR, there's no
Yeah.
trespassing
That's
zones.
right, yeah.
So I would say if somebody does bring forward a concern for
Then
something
have a
else, you can still have a look, and if it has potential to be dangerous, yeah, maybe something that's over a privately used pathway, it's still public land, but a privately used pathway, I think could qualify for this. But again, I mean, like, we're not talking about clearing a walkway path, we're not talking about clearing sight of lines. We're talking a tree that's big enough that it could kill somebody if it falls on them, or if it falls onto adjacent property,
Private property.
private property.
Cause damage.
We're not gonna take out something because somebody's got their boat lift stored on
MR.
MR. If a tree crashes down on something that's stored off property, we'd have no liability for that.
So long and the short of it is it does need more clarity.
Okay.
I would like to see, not only just from the perspective of hauling and hurting someone, I would like to see some consideration of not just falling, but also, if it's dead and fallen and there's lots of it and it's a fire hazard as part of that fire smart thing. Because if you have a fire starting along that MR, it can go like wildfire. And it's not just lakefront that's at risk. Once it hits that, and it can spread farther back as well. So I think checking that every year and looking at, okay, what's going to actually cause us some problems as far as fire risks are concerned is a good thing.
Okay, so I'm thinking add in the fire risk component and bring back a redrawn draft that gives a little bit more clarity on those kind of things.
And who's responsible for what?
And
Okay.
with precise steps that
Yes,
they go through.
yes.
And add the annual review and removal of dead, which is a long walk, but fair enough.
of those permitted uses where you can take a little truck up and down
Yeah,
the
there you
road.
go.
Up and down the beach.
I mean, we do it on the roads.
Well, the beach is a little harder depending on.
Yeah, depending on where it's at,
I
but
think it's a good point that that is something that should be reflected in the next budget, 'cause
Yeah, there will be
Yeah,
costs.
There
for
will
sure.
be costs.
Okay,
And that's
so,
why it's good we're reviewing this because this will affect us.
so you'll bring it back?
I will,
Okay, do you
so
need a resolution or a request or?
resolution, yeah, do a resolution for
Just table it.
administration. Table it and administration.
table it for amendment.
Okay. So moved. Okay, HR policy, hiring and employment. So this was put there for just to update it.
Yeah, we've had one, but it wasn't very clear. I didn't get it quite clearly written, so this is just bringing it with better clarity. And it's easy for interpretation for us moving forward and the public understands this is how we do our human resource policy.
So these are just amended policies then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But we wanted to make sure it's clear, it lays out our work hours, it's just bringing these things better clarity together.
okay, for 6.3, I had no concerns that I identified as I went through that.
And there's still the ability to look at, revising hours of work and stuff like that down the road.
Yes.
We just have to revise this policy,
Yeah.
not a full bylaw.
Are we just talking the hours of work one right now, or are we also covering this one, employee hiring and employment practices?
It kind of lays everything out in a general, every municipality has an employee hiring process. And this just lays it out so that some of this stuff is concrete and it's there and all staff get it.
Okay,
The only thing that I see that's in here is if there is a closure of the office outside of those normal work hours, right? I would like to see some sort of a notification go out.
so I think you guys are doing that, aren't you?
We do that.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, we only have a minimal amount of staff and then if we have a training session that both of us are gonna be going.
Yeah, so there's,
And but it's not written down here.
But it's not written in here that there is a notification.
Notification will be.
Great.
Yeah.
And how it's posted, so.
So.
How about work schedules may be adjusted by the CAO based on operational needs and advertised? That would be under 3.1.4. I am on 41. Cause I think it's just getting,
Work schedules may be adjusted by the CEO based on operational needs.
Which
Well, we're
is
talking-
absolutely,
Yeah,
I'm
we're
just
talking
talking
schedules
notice.
in
and
the office.
advertising notice to the public. So I
Yes.
think we should just add that.
Yeah, well, work schedule is one thing, office open hours is a different thing, I mean,
Yeah.
like.
You're
you
still
could be
working, but you're
You're
not
still
working
working.
here.
That's
So
right.
office closures is more.
Office
Is more what
closures?
it's about,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
So how about if I added into 3.1.2?
No, well, but that's under public works then.
I think,
I think under admin office, right
No,
under the first
admin
bullet.
Office, under the first bullet.
yeah, operational
just
days,
say-
you say 9 to 4.
Yeah.
Closures.
Closures will be
for-
posted based on operational needs.
Any closures
Right.
outside, any closures outside these hours will be posted or something like that.
Yeah.
Any closures within these hours, not outside
Yes.
these hours.
Sure, sorry.
Okay,
Do
So-
you need notice, like for 24-hour notice or 48-hour notice or?
with reasonable notice. I
With
guess.
reasonable notice?
Yeah.
I would say that.
Yeah.
Cause you don't wanna post at 1:30, we're closing at 2.
Yeah,
Sometimes you might have to.
You might
I
have
know
to.
that's happened, I come here and you gotta know.
I did that last week, Melissa was here.
Yeah.
Right.
Last week.
Yeah.
And I had posted that I was gonna close at 1:30, I actually had to close at 1 because I had an emergent phobia and I sent it from
Yeah.
school. so.
And sometimes like that, I mean,
Yeah.
I like, there's a note on the door saying I'm out in the village.
Oh,
back in
yeah,
half an hour.
anytime I'm in the village, I had my cell phone,
Yeah, you don't-
or something, and
Yeah.
calling.
Or we end up with a flu at the same time, what are we gonna
Yeah.
do, right?
So it varies
With
on the
reasonable
circumstance,
notice,
sometimes, you know,
yeah.
Reasonable covers it.
if
Yeah.
you're closed for a whole day and you know it a week in advance, we can put something up on,
Yeah.
website.
3.1.
First bullet.
The first bullet, just amend the first bullet.
Just amend that to add with reasonable notice of any changes.
Office may be closed with reasonable notice.
Okay.
Something like that.
On the next
Okay.
page.
And advertised, yeah.
On the next page, I had a question about performance management. Annual performance reviews may be conducted at the CAO's discretion. Why may and not will? Question there.
I don't know, it's been there. It
No,
should
it
be
should
will.
it should be will.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So,
Which one was that one?
Number 5.
number
Right.
5, annual performance reviews change may to will.
Especially because you talk about later on in the salary grid that normally staff will go up each one, but I would want that very much to be dependent on
Yes,
a good performance review.
yes.
And the discipline procedure, it's may follow it should be will follow a progressive format. So there has to be, you can't just say, okay, well, I'm gonna go from verbal warning to dismissal. You have to follow this
Yeah.
procedure.
So
I thought
A,
somewhere on there it said that that can be,
Depending on the thing, it could be escalated, I thought it was in there.
yeah, it is in there somewhere, but it can be escalated. It doesn't have to do that. You could go straight to dismissal.
Depending on.
yeah, there is a
severity.
point there saying CAO may begin at any stage depending on severity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that is there.
Further down.
It's further down.
Where is, trying to find it.
It should-
On page 42.
It's also under section 4 dismissal, CAO may begin at any stage depending on severity. So discipline normally follows a progressive format, but it doesn't. There can
Depending
be
on
exceptions.
severity, yeah.
You could say discipline will normally follow. a
Yeah, instead
progressive
of
format.
may, just put will normally.
Yeah.
Follow a progressive format.
And then you still have the option to skip right to the end if need
Because
be.
you're gonna get that employee that says, well, you didn't give me any
Yeah.
written.
And then you didn't,
And
you didn't
so-
suspend me for 2 days and you didn't do this, you didn't do that.
Yeah,
If
before
it's
you,
serious enough,
I like
So you got
thinking
that changed?
may begin at any stage depending on severity, that's absolutely fine, but because if it's sexual or verbal abuse or whatever, it's like bang, okay, we're done here.
Yeah,
But anything else, I think.
Yeah.
Needs to go through
Well,
here.
normally.
Yeah, okay.
and then the holidays that are observed. Is there any other points above that? Section 9? 1, 2.
So you only have 9.
9 are the Alberta, and then we've got additional,
Oh, right, there you go, 9.
yeah, we added those in.
13.
We didn't add in the Aboriginal, any of that, because I don't know, if that's a call that you guys can make, it's up to you.
It's not an official stat in Alberta.
No.
Yeah, not in Alberta.
So the Christmas floater days. That is those 2 or 3 days between Christmas and New Year's.
Right,
Yes.
9.3, closed
Yeah.
from
Okay.
noon on December 24th through to January 1st.
Sure.
So all of those days between Christmas and New Year's were closed.
But they're paid.
Well, that is what the previous council had approved in the bylaw. This is your guys' call now. They are considered floater days and they were granted as paid leave to office staff in appreciation.
So for this year, if we were to stay with the policy, you get, 21st is on the Wednesday. Thursday's the stat because that's Christmas Day. We're not open here on Fridays, so it'll be the 29th, which is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the 31st.
3 days.
3 days.
And this applies to, is all the staff hourly paid, or is it
Yeah,
monthly paid?
Melissa's separate.
Melissa's separate, she's.
This
salary.
is staff.
And then Alan and I are hourly.
Okay,
That's
so this would apply for both hourly and,
Monthly is
Salary
included
house.
anyway.
Yeah.
Must-
Yeah,
She
salary.
does
Okay.
not. This is just for the admin and
Yeah,
the maintenance.
okay.
My salary has everything.
Yeah,
It doesn't get, there's no changes.
I don't have a.
Leona?
I don't have a concern with that either. My only question is emergency contact or anything like that during those days?
There, so definitely for public works, he's on
Yes.
call. So if he gets called in those days, he'll be paid additional.
Well, he may be on call, but he's on call through Melissa, not through anyone
Oh,
else.
Yeah, and I'm always available,
Yeah.
so that's the thing, so basically. I'm always on call.
I monitor my email
Public
periodically on
Works,
Fridays when
maintenance
it comes
covered.
to the time
We have
off,
on
but
call.
not always watching.
Well, verbally you're on call. What's the policy? That's what because we're formalizing this policy, so if that's a formalized thing, we should formalize it. Or if that's a practice, should we not formalize it?
Well, unfortunately, I don't know where to clarify this, cause I'm the CAO, I'm your only employee, and we have a separate contract.
That's right.
So, this is just set out the general for everybody else, does
Fair enough.
that make sense?
Yeah,
Yep,
it
no,
does.
It does.
It does. So that's my only concern is somebody's gonna say, well, I really need something between Christmas and New Year's, who do I con?
Well, for
Who do I
example,
get
would be
ahold?
a snowstorm, we're gonna get a plow.
Yeah.
And the answer would generally be, yes, we will still do that. It will be,
Yes.
Yeah,
As per your.
maybe on
snowbird
on-call
policy.
duty during the Christmas closure period for weather dependent or emergency response.
Most available, but sometimes people need to email Melissa and not just me.
Right.
I'll get an email, like, last Sunday.
But then you should just automatically forward it.
So, okay, so we
On
had
Sunday,
this
yeah.
problem, we had this problem, so I will monitor my email periodically on Fridays, which we've kind of been doing. But on the weekends, that's my time off, that's, I'm trying to do like my life balance, right? I will look, sometimes, but I looked way later on the one Sunday, Sunday before. Anyways, about someone wanting a boat, or sorry, a gate access for a lift.
Yeah.
I didn't
Where
see it
I-
way later on Sunday to say forward it to her, but they only emailed me.
they did not follow the policy for
They
each
did
gate
not.
access.
They did not.
So that's their own
So
problem.
there is an email on Monday about that.
Cause I looked
Right.
online on a
Yeah.
Sunday and I didn't see anything, if I would have seen it, I would have been.
So we're not committing to like maintain a 24-hour call center.
No,
No.
But we are saying that we would have an intention to respond to emergent things.
Voicemails go to our email.
Yeah, as,
Emergency
weather
things.
dependent or emergency response.
right,
Yes.
right, but not on a 20, so there may be some delay on it, but if there's something big going on or a big snowstorm, you're probably watching your emails a little closer anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The weather.
Yeah. But it's just like other things,
But
like
yeah.
if I know there's some kind of event going on here, I do pay attention to my phone, just in case to catch something, so if there's something I have to
Right.
fix.
But I don't wanna put out there any expectation that.
No,
we're not
like I
24
wanna
hours
take my
response
whole
to a
lift
call.
out on Sunday and I need this gate open.
You email me at 11:15, and you want it open right
Yeah.
away.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, or you could be like the other person, middle of the week came in, made arrangements with
Yes.
us, and we had it all ready for them.
What's your
So that the
policy?
meeting off, yes.
Well, this policy just deals with the maintenance must be on call or may be on call.
Maybe on
During
call
the
duty.
Christmas period for weather dependent or emergency response. Is this where we should also put they may be on call for a weekend?
This is just through that holiday coverage. I think if we start getting too concise, it's going to not create that flexibility. Does
Which
that
we
make
want.
sense?
Yep, no, I throw it out there. I think it's good as is. I don't have any.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
Okay, let's motion to accept
With the.
With the-
with
With
the,
the amendments, yeah.
with the friendly
Okay.
amendment or with the amendment.
Yeah, with the 3 minutes. I have it listed.
Sounds good.
All in favor? Passed. Okay, now we're going to go on to,
Respectful workplace
6-4.
and fair treatment.
Now, this is kind of a standard policy that we should have. Most municipalities, there's kind of a general rule of there's 10 policies you should have, and respectful workplace and fair treatment should be a policy we have.
Dang it.
I know. I'm like, why do we need this now? But we,
No. I think it's good. Communication plan, I mean, above you say elected officials are part of it, but in the communication plan, policy will be distributed to all employees, contractors, and volunteers. I just add and elected officials as well, be consistent with.
so
The rest of
add
it.
that in.
Yeah.
And elected officials.
And it kind of matches what it says for the rest of it.
Yeah, because it's under key highlights, so it needs to be under communication.
Promoting fair and respectful treatment of all staff, volunteers, contractors, and elected officials. Okay, it's there.
Yeah.
No, he's talking the communication plan under discussion.
Communication plan, perfect.
Yeah, it just, everywhere else included elected officials and in that communication plan it didn't, so just to keep it consistent.
Perfect. Under communication plan, point, bullet 1.
Yes.
And I've
And-
got on page 48, review of policy. That conflicts because it says once every 3 years. And if you go down to page 50, it says once every year. Will be reviewed annually. So which is it?
Is it the same policy? A
I
different
believe
pol-
so.
It's a different policy.
I think it's different policy, isn't it? Wait a
Under
minute.
the same heading.
Let me take
Respectful
a look.
workplace and fair treatment policy. You're right, because it is the policy itself.
Oh, sorry, I
Isn't
guess,
that a conflict or?
I guess I was just looking at the discussion when I said.
Yeah.
The RFB,
I wasn't looking at the actual text of it, sorry.
Okay.
If we're,
Well, do we review it every year or every 3 years?
I don't think we need to review it every year.
Okay, then it should just then change on page 50. And it should be changed to will be reviewed every 3 years and updated.
Needs to be updated every year, that's a lot of change.
yeah, I
Um,
see that too. So
okay.
policy review and maintenance will be reviewed every 3 years.
Mhm.
Keep it consistent.
Just to be consistent with.
Yeah.
If we could just back up to page 48, just a couple of
Yeah, going up.
formatting things. The last line under fair and respectful treatment of employees just kind of floating. I think it's supposed to be bulleted like the ones above. And the same thing for the last line on respectful communication standards. The last thing I think should be a bullet. It's just kind of floating freely, just minor. Yeah.
Okay.
I think the rest of it's pretty.
Actually, after I got through it, other than your minor technical.
Is this the place where, and it's part of, I don't know if it's a WCB or OHS, where employees have the right to refuse unsafe work practices.
That is in the
Okay,
safety.
yes. So
In the
in
which?
policy
Safety policy
itself,
that we
rather
have?
than
Oh.
safety.
It doesn't
And
fall
it's-
under here, because this is harassment more,
Yeah.
Okay. as long as they're
Right?
understood that.
Yeah,
Okay. I think, motion to accept this with amendments as,
we're just talking about
sorry.
the mays and the wills. So again, in the actual policy itself, it says if a violation is confirmed, corrective action may include. We changed that terminology when we were talking about the
will.
to will.
To
Which-
will include verbal or
page?
written warnings, mandatory, yeah,
Right, but now it doesn't say in here, in this investigation and action, that the CAO may escalate.
So where?
now
So
I
on
think,
page 49,
yeah, and
that wording isn't the same as where we changed it earlier.
The violation is, well,
but here's where you don't really want to put the CAO, because depending on what action it is, we may want to get somebody outside than me.
I think around the workplace harassment, I mean, it may or may not, I think in a case like this. Before we were talking about disciplinary action,
Right, okay,
this contravention of this policy may involve disciplinary action, but it may involve just having a conversation saying, hey, that came across bad. Do you understand that? And the person says, oh my God, yeah. Like
Yeah.
there's different
levels of addressing it.
it doesn't necessarily have to mean disciplinary action.
Yeah. But it
It's a
depends on the,
repeated thing, or depending on the circumstance, it might.
yeah,
But sometimes
So
sometimes
one's
it's
under
education.
employer hiring, the other one is under respectful workplace.
yes.
Yeah, it could be just the communication.
And it could be interpretation, so I have to tread very careful when it comes to this type of policy, respectful, because it all depends. Interpretation,
Context,
yeah, I have to be careful where the other one, if I feel it was something that was definitely in line with this and it should be looked at in the human resources policy, it may go different. Does that make sense?
I think may
Is
is fine in this case.
Yeah. I
Okay.
do too. Okay, anything else? And this really doesn't address public I guess it does, public disrespect.
Yeah, it does.
It does.
You don't have the same
I mean, you
disciplinary
can't
action.
fire somebody for that.
No, but
But it needs to be addressed.
Covers say, yeah, this is not respectful workplace conduct.
And then it goes in hand with the poster we have stating that we don't tolerate any of that kind of.
Okay, again, I think it's still out there, but, motion to accept with amendments. You good with that?
Yes.
Passed. Okay, next,
Wage and compensation.
we are dealing with employee wage and compensation policy.
Now, I'm bringing this forward because in most municipalities where I was at, council has this part in their role. And it's also very transparent, but I can't give you full details of
No.
what everybody gets paid, but this lets out to show how in the budget process we're following certain guidelines. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So this just puts a range
That's right.
Yes.
by,
22 to 28.
And it's transparent, so people can understand we're not doing anything outside the grounds.
And if you choose to, you as a CAO, like if you say, okay, well, our public works safety coordinator needs to be paid more than this, you have to bring that back as a separate amendment.
Correct, or I
Anytime.
amend the whole thing and add in a new set of
Well,
guidelines.
yeah,
Yeah.
you could amend it at any point in time if it becomes
So,
out of
yeah,
sync.
so the clarification I wanted on it, so employees normally advance one step annually upon a satisfactory performance review. So is that,
That doesn't include any cost of living, that's just based on performance.
right? And is that how you'd say you normally do it, is if somebody, unless there's performance issues, obviously, but satisfactory versus exemplary performance, would you like distinguish between that, or is it kind of like a given that unless there's problems that they'll step up over 5 years to the top of their range? Or or is it a bit more, I guess what I'm saying is,
it's automatic.
is it pretty much automatic, or is it like, hey, I really
It
want to
really
think above and
depends
beyond?
on that person and what they've done that year, and I look at their performance.
Okay, so you won't necessarily give it to everybody.
I can't give you a guarantee, and
Okay,
Well,
that's what I'm looking for, like, maybe
Yeah.
some people it might take 8 years to step up to 5 years.
maybe
Well-
some have,
And maybe somebody jumps too because they've been spectacular, and you do
this a
That's
lot, this is not a set guarantee, it's just laying the guideline.
okay.
And it says that right in here, step increases are not automatic and are subject to council approved budgets.
But that's saying we don't have the money for it,
Yeah.
as opposed to, well, I get my automatic annual.
I think I wanna suggest, like where it talks about step.
Well, the step part, like this is the guidelines. But when it comes to a cost of living, that is your guys' control, not mine.
Fair enough, yeah. But I think, you know, on page 57, where it talks about step progression, and point number 1, employees normally advance 1 step annually. At the supervisor's discretion, this could be more or less. I think I'd suggest adding that in.
I would like to leave it,
Well, the
Very-
supervisor does the satisfactory performance review.
Right,
So that is in fact.
In there.
yeah,
and it says normally advance 1 step annually upon a satisfactory performance review. Then I've got to look at budgets. Because council's controls budget. And then it's got quite a few little mechanisms in here, but the cost of living, that's council's discretion during annual budgets.
I, you know, okay, I mean, I'm just thinking that in my experience with performance reviews is we often had like several steps, meets plus, meets minus, exceeds, exemplary. And, you know, so I think I would be looking at a multi-year thing, and just if the expectation is satisfactory is enough for a step each year normally, I just like to see a little bit more ability to say, well, maybe you do 2 steps in 3 years because you're a little bit less than that, or, you know, you've clearly gone above and beyond. I'm going to give you a double increase this year. And to say, you know, just to give more
I wish I
context
could-
to the broadness of your ability
Yeah.
to supervise.
I guess what I'm trying to say is if I put too much out there and I'm not, because budgets are the big thing.
I
I'm
think
trying-
this gives
Well,
you the latitude to do whatever it is that you need to do.
Like, I guess
Yeah.
what I'd say is if you've got a superstar employee and you want to make sure that you keep them happy so they don't go for greener pastures because somebody's offering $2 more, you know, I'd
But then that
like you
would
to
be
come to
bringing-
council and say,
That
we need
would-
more budget.
But that's it.
That's the
I'd come,
impact.
that, you hit the nail on the head. I'd come
Yeah,
back to
exactly.
council and say, can we
Can we
fit
adjust
this in?
all this?
Can we put this into our budget and is it off? Because now,
That's an unusual example.
Yeah. And unfortunately, poaching happens, greener pastures happen. I have to tread careful because we're talking tax dollars, we're talking tax rates, and I need to show the public that we're following some guidelines and we're not just out in the middle of nowhere and this is what they think is going on when this is the actuality.
Okay.
Makes sense?
So when I've been asked about this in the past, well, what did this staff make and what does that staff make?
can't tell you,
I
tell
can't tell you, but I can say, and I
there
have,
is a range.
no, I've said, because we didn't have this range,
Okay,
I've said, I've got the information of comparable summer villages and villages, wage structures for admin and for maintenance, and we were right in the middle. Now, is that a legitimate answer?
At that time,
At
yeah.
that time, yes. Now you'll have a policy and it
Now we
states-
can say they're in their
Yes.
grid or their,
They're within this
And
range.
it's referencing how we're doing it.
Right to that policy said,
they're in
Karen
this.
being here is. she
Yeah,
is
as the
supposed to be where
admin
she's at.
finance clerk, she is making somewhere between this and this.
Yeah.
right, but I still think that comparison that you just talked about is a good comparison to make, because if our wage grids, these things in section 5 are falling behind times, as a council, we need to have that information. So I don't want that comparison to go away, because you need to be competitive, so you keep your staff, but at the same time, this is good.
So
And then would be
yeah.
on an annual basis or
It
as
says
needed
every
basis?
2 years.
Every 2 years, because we do
Yeah.
the AMSC survey every year. And I think if we look at it for a change every 2 years and change the grid and bring it back to council, then it fits within the budget guidelines.
And it says the policy shall be reviewed every 2 years.
Yes, but it also says this step review is separate from cost of living adjustments, which are set at council's discretion during annual budgeting.
Right.
So we'd be looking at this essentially every year. and saying, do we need to do a cost of living adjustment to this?
Yes, you guys can, and that's always in your purview.
Yeah.
We have not done a cost of living since I've been here. And this is the only policy that
We're probably overdue for doing that in the next budget then.
those are in your budget deliberations.
But yeah,
It
like,
depends, it
but
depends
then
on where you fall.
how we compare against the other
It-
villages then
it
is.
Depends
key.
on where you fall.
Yeah.
If you don't need to do that cost of living adjustment, if you're reasonable in your,
If you're in the mean or the average.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that's where we have been.
Yeah.
So we've been happy with it to date. And a cost of living might have pushed it into the higher,
Sure, yeah.
which I wanna be, comparative summer villages, which we are. We've got a list of
Yeah,
Yeah.
about 10. And even villages, but mostly summer villages, and we're
Yeah.
right in the mean,
So, yeah, other than you're lagging, like, you're using the year before's data to make this, so in that case, you may then put a
Yes.
cost of living adjustment on it because you say,
Yeah.
anticipating that their stuff might be going up, but that's
Yeah.
that's
Okay.
splitting hairs of the.
I-
and then this stuff
Process.
is all gonna be coming in, like, I think I just got finished with it, so it's probably gonna come in late December, early January, and I'll have a better opportunity to review that and take a look when we're doing the budgets, right?
Okay, I'm happy with this.
we do have to remember, and I know this is gonna sound rude, but we do have to remember that some of the positions that we have, there's only a certain amount that we can pay. You can't continually always add a cost of living plus
Right.
these steps to it, because then you're going to outstrip what the value of that position is.
True, and that's where we can look at, do we need this as a full-time position or something like that as an example too? Yeah, we
Yes.
have those levers that we can pull too.
No, I think this is good.
And that's where hours of operation, when you're looking at your budgets, how you want it, those all affect. Cause that's what I have used in other situations, in other municipalities. How can we reduce? There's way.
So are we done with that one? You gotta pass it.
What do we need? You mean the compensation thing?
Yeah,
Okay,
need to move
we
it.
need a motion to
I'll
accept.
make a motion.
Yeah.
Okay,
I've done a motion for a while.
Yeah,
and you have the wording for the motion?
because I don't think we had any amendments, did we? No, I don't think we did to approve ABM 1.10
As presented.
as presented, yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Moving on, Leona. take it away.
Just as I know we've already done this shoreline management plan, but I'm just trying to understand how this council works. So when I see request for decision, I'm going, okay, I have to pass this sucker today or tomorrow at the council meeting or not, one of the two. So, but the shoreline management plan, we've actually said, okay, no, this is just for information purposes. We still have a lot more to do. So it's not really a request for decision, it's a request for direction as opposed for a
You
decision.
can call it whatever you want.
Well,
I know that we're supposed to do an RFD, request for direction or request for decision.
Direction and decision to me is two different things, so that's the only thing.
I can change that
We can make
RFD.
to make the D
Oh,
to
lead.
decision and decision to just direction.
Yeah, we can change it to direction. We'll
Or
change, we
The
can
slash
change
D,
that.
I don't know.
I don't know, sorry, when I was reading this, I'm going, okay, I have to vote yea or nay on this. It wasn't, okay, well, we get to say, oh, we don't like this, we have to massage this a little bit more, and we're not at that point where we actually need
I
to.
like the word direction. I don't think that's a bad thing. Sometimes it's a decision, sometimes it's get more information, sometimes it's an out no. That gives us,
Yeah,
That's a decision.
that's
That's
a
a
decision.
decision, yeah.
So,
Yeah,
but
decision or direction.
it's direction.
and it's
Sorry.
just, yeah,
That was just in my mind, I'm going, okay,
Okay, so then we're going to go
That
to,
mental note, Melissa.
yeah, I'm putting that as a mental note.
okay,
We'll revamp.
revamp that.
We'll revamp
We are now at Paul's, I think Paul's
Yours.
first up.
Actually, technically it's you,
Okay.
8.1 is Semble, 8.2 is Thurgus, 8.3 is Ashford.
Okay, I have a verbal report on the Buffalo Lake Management Team. We had that meeting on the 15th. A very interesting meeting, to get the inside scoop. So the most important thing was, they had a report out on Gull Lake versus Buffalo Lake. So Gull Lake proposed system has been approved. They're in the final design phase, which should be completed shortly. And the goal is to have construction over the winter with April pumping potentially.
Yay. So it's been officially approved by the minister.
Yes.
Yay.
Go.
For
Yes.
Gull.
Okay.
Yes.
Significant, okay. They did encounter significant lead times to get the actual filters. Buffalo Lake, be patient.
Why?
Well, here's why. They do have a letter to remove the suspension and the requirements to do so. That is going forward. They're using the same consultant, so they feel that the feasibility may be, the process may be a little quicker and easier. We will require larger filters because they're 24-inch line and we have 36-inch line. And the volume of water going over will require more filters and a bigger system. So they're going to be undertaking concurrently, they have been, consultant study, and then they'll request the final removal of that suspension.
Sorry, who is they?
It is being managed by
The memorandum? No, it's a
agriculture and irrigation
Okay.
are the ones that are managing the process, and then they submit this to environment
Okay.
for approval.
And then would this be paid for by agriculture? And
At this point, they're not saying they will or they won't, but I believe it's more towards they will.
Okay.
Gull Lake is funded by Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation is funding it.
Okay.
So there's a potential that they will fund ours as well. They want to really see at least some Gull Lake success first, but they are still going concurrently with some of the processes. They believe they don't have to do a full hydrology study. Of interest, in addition to the more filters, is pumping. Over the past history of this pumping using the existing pumps, it is only increasing the lake 10 centimeters a year above evaporation. So that's the average, is over the average years, given the steady pumping, it'll only raise. So right now we are 1.03 meters below full. So technically it would take somewhere around 9 or 10 years, given that Mother Nature doesn't do anything. This is just evaporation, so it would take 9 or 10 years to fill the lake. Realistically, they're saying that the evaporation and the pumping kind of keep up with each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're still gonna lose
You're
ground in
still
dry
going to
years.
lose ground, so you might
Exactly.
pump a lot more water in, but with evaporation. So they're saying studies have shown that it's around 10 centimeters. The current low is 7.779.82. And again, that is 1.03 meters below full. And it's not the worst, but it's comparable to the 60s. Was the last time it was this low. Other than that, there is some minor, work on some of the structures between here and there, but they're not making any major repairs until it's gone ahead. The pumps have been, maintained and tested and operating, but they haven't done any major refurbishment. And if it goes ahead, so realistically, the date, not in stone, but the date. Pumps have been off since 2010. And realistically, if all of this goes through and forward, the earliest would be Public engagement may begin in the spring of 2026. That would be a communication with the people around the lake. And then, where did I get a date here? I thought I had a date. Believe it was 2027. That the earliest, I believe, was what they had said. It could start pumping in 2027, which was a year ahead of the initial. Initially, they said 2028, and now they're saying that given the success and of finding the filters and getting the filters, and if it does what its studies have shown it can do, they may bump that up.
This is a great news story because it's a lot more firm than
Positive.
it's been in the past, where it's been very
Yes.
nebulous that we hope someday it'll be resurrected.
Yeah.
This
This
is great.
Well, and it's interesting to know that because I mean, the scuttlebutt out there is the pumps have not been maintained and they're not working. And so knowing that those pumps have been maintained, tested, and are operating is a good thing. So that's one step that's gone.
Yeah.
Consulting, who pays for it? Well, that's interesting. Operational costs, who pays for that?
All he said was that the Gull Lake project was funded by agriculture and irrigation. They did not talk about ongoing maintenance and cost of running. So I did not get that answer.
I think that would be the same.
I think it is all funded. It's part of the funding, but I can't answer that.
So
That would be a further investigation
Yeah,
because it
that would
could be
be
the
the next-
municipalities are covering some costs.
Okay.
and it's interesting, so their main concern is the agriculture and the riparian rights that most of these farmers around this area have with watering cattle and everything else within the lake and how far they go out into the lake. So that it's not just recreational that they're looking at. That's why it's under agriculture.
Correct. And it's also part of the bird migration, and that was the original.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's recreation, it's agricultural, and it's wildlife. So that's kind of some of the things that the rationale behind it.
Yeah.
They-
Recreation isn't always the top.
No.
priority.
They talked a little bit about so that was the lake, raising the lake levels. And then they talked about some of the structures that they're working on. New or old business is they basically said that the boat launches, some are not working at all, or very little, like White Sands. Some of the challenges with Roshan, Bayside has been used more, but has some challenges. Pelican Point tried a rubber rig mats that allowed them to get into the water, mostly to protect the shoreline, because people were using the beach to get into the lake. And then they were also talking about formalizing this committee a little bit more, so that that when they do a public consultation, it'll have a little more meat, because they'll have minutes and they'll have notes, and it'll be more of a formalized committee. So they're working on terms of reference and code of conduct and those types, which up to this date has been more or less bureaucratic, if you will. Next meeting is December 3rd, 2 p.m. at Alex at the Community Resource Center. Very good meeting, lots of good information, lots of positive. We're trying to move this forward, and it's in their words, it's moving faster and forward than they had anticipated, even given the complexity of it. And they have to date had very little negative feedback or comments or public. They've had a couple saying, why are you doing this? But for the most part, it's been overall quite positive.
So it's interesting that you say that it's been moving forward, because that's a very common question. Like, okay, so if Gull Lake is doing it, why can't Buffalo Lake be doing some of the same applications? But it sounds like they are doing some of the same applications. It's just happening a year later. That's all.
Yes, it is. So Gull Lake took, 2 years to get here.
Right.
They're saying that because Gull Lake has jumped through all these hoops, our process should be a little faster. It's more complex because of size and all of that, but they're saying that we may not need to go through the full, they may do an abbreviated public consultation. They may, put some information out there. They may do fewer public meetings. They may, they don't want to stop any of that discussion, but because they've already had some of it, they may be able to do a bit of an abbreviation.
So they're doing some concurrent actions right now.
They
They're
are.
doing applications.
Yeah.
So it sounds like they've done the application to remove the suspension, but they've got some hoops to jump through
Correct.
before.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Okay.
so overall, quite positive. I came away feeling quite good about this. So it was a really good little group.
Nice.
They're going to formally invite Alex onto the grouping, which hadn't been part of the formalized group. But yeah, it was good. Good discussion.
Great, because of the one
It's going through
growing
Alex.
is going straight through Alex.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why they've been more excited.
Also, there was through, and this is now public, so I can share it, I believe. Roshan Sands has asked, is sending a letter, just to remove that, I don't know if you've been, but the rocks in the middle of the bay, is apparently part of an old road. That's, that access road, and I can pass around the picture, but they've asked, for some help in removing it and potentially dredging part of the area with the
Oh,
marina.
perfect.
So that was more for information, but it was an interesting.
Somebody said there was once a dance hall right out in the middle of the bay. I don't know if that's true or
Well, there
not.
was a road to something,
Yeah,
so yeah,
Yeah, it significantly limits the access to the
yeah,
outlet.
and you literally have to go within a meter of the back end of boats to sneak by.
And that's
Because
what
of rock piles there, and it is literally a rock pile.
that's what really bothers me. Like,
I see that.
for example, our shore. Yeah, I'd love a copy of that. For example, our shoreline. I know right in front, just not right in front of my place, but farther down. A previous resident back in the 70s or 80s actually plowed out kind of a bay and put a rock point there, which creates a different
Changes the whole-
water
yes,
flow and everything
yes.
else. So, I mean, but supposedly now you can't do corrective actions, but
Right.
that is interesting that there is an application.
Well,
process
there
for
is, I mean,
corrective
it hasn't been approved, but
No.
it was a request. And an interesting one in that, they identified the dangers. They identified that it was a man-made structure.
Yeah.
That they'd like to get removed. So, and
I
there's.
think that's interesting. Yeah, that's very interesting.
Interesting, yeah, that's cool.
So yeah, great committee to be on. I found it very interesting. My meeting on Friday has been postponed. That was the waste and recycling group till November, December, due to lack of agenda items. So I think we're pretty much up to speed with most everything, and they didn't feel it was necessary to do that one on this Friday. And other than that, I don't have any other committees lined up. That's it for me. Who's next on the agenda?
Me, and other than the training, unfortunately, I've been gone for a week. So Dan, thank you very much for taking that Buffalo Lake Management Team meeting for me. I have the Fire Commission meeting coming up tomorrow from 6 till 8. And Paul, thank you for taking the library meeting. Do we know when the next meeting is for the library?
Yes.
Okay, I'll get it from you here in a sec then.
February 26th.
Okay,
Oh, sorry. No, that's 26 meetings. It should be in another 3 months. So should be one in December, I think, or November.
they'll send it out.
I'll figure it out.
Okay.
We were talking about 26. Okay. My turn?
Yep.
Okay. So a few things since our last council meeting in July. So July 17th, we had a County Stettler Housing Authority meeting, mainly in camera discussion, which is still confidential stuff, but around some CRA issues. And related to that, they do have recruitment underway for a new CAO. Chris Lechowski, who is the chief finance officer, has been filling in as CAO in the interim. We have our next meeting is actually tomorrow on that, so I think we'll get some update on where the hiring was done on that. But Betty Schritter, I think is yeah, she has retired and is no longer there. So I can't really give too much more because it's still in camera, but there's been quite a bit going on behind the scenes there. Attended the library board meeting as the owner's alternate there. Of main discussion there, a lot of discussion on the 2026 proposed budget. And a lot of that was around whether to allow a fairly substantial cost of living adjustment. In the end, it was voted down to have the cost of living adjustment, so it'd just be a grid step that staff will be doing as they progress up the grid, but no cost of living adjustment. And that is anticipated that will keep our 2026 requisition below $10. So currently this year we're $9.81. It's anticipated that next year it'll be $9.99 per capita. And we're sticking with the 2024 census for the population count. So our population should be the same as what we had for this year's numbers. There was also interesting discussion that in cases we used to do this where we had one person representing multiple communities. This last year we decided to put our own individual on there, but there was a discussion on if somebody's representing 2 or in some cases up to 5 municipalities, should they get 5 votes on the board meeting? And that was rejected. So 1 board member, 1 vote, regardless of if you're representing 1 or 5 or a big municipality or a small municipality. So that was good. 2026 proposed meeting dates are there in the notes. So Leona, you can put that in there, and I can look up when the next meeting is. I think I didn't include that.
But we'll get those notes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Upcoming meetings. We were to have a ambulance authority board meeting earlier this week, but that also was canceled due to lack of agenda items. So we'll just have the next meeting 3 months. And then, as I mentioned, tomorrow I've got the next housing authority board meeting. So we'll get updates on the replacement of the CAO there.
Good. Any questions? Okay, we're done now. So approved to
8.1 to 8.3 is estimated.
Yep.
What's the name on it?
Sure.
Okay.
So all in favor? Okay, so moved. Now this next one is election. That's your report.
Yeah, mine's just a summary. Is there anything?
Yes,
A
it was.
key point you want me to present?
No, I think
Like, I think the big one for me is my intermunicipal collaboration on the golf cart pilot project.
That was great news for it.
And we're administering it, and I just wanted to make it clear how we're operating this, and I thought we're already doing it.
Yeah, that's the good news story.
and there, I did talk to someone from county and they were happy that we agreed to do that and that it created a free flow potentially down the road once the stuff gets adjusted. It would create an ability to go with the golf cart all the way to Roshan. So continuity of.
Mhm.
Yeah, and it's creating a revenue source. We should be looking at revenue sources, and this is a good news collaboration, I call it.
What are the safety concerns raised at number 1 Mackenzie Way?
That is a property that. I don't wanna call it abandoned, cause it's,
So that-
but it's not in use.
Yeah, not in use, fair enough.
There, that's, it's not in use and it's not fully completed, and so of course the trespassing if you it. It creates safety, so we just advise.
We advised the owner that there was some potential.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. We sent a,
Yeah.
like a letter, you know.
Yeah, and then we've had some, the concerns about dog attacks, and we did have concerns about chickens.
And those are still with bylaw,
They are with bylaw and
but we've also sent a letter regarding the
Oh.
chickens.
they have been dealt with through bylaw, and we will be able to give you a better update in October. How's that?
Okay,
Combine the two and take care of the chickens
So-
and the dog attacks.
So how much teeth does that bylaw have? Does they,
there's fines.
There's fines in it, but
There's fines in it, and then when it comes to chickens, that's your land use bylaw, so we're working through them, and then we will readjust and take a look at how this goes, and then we will present some ideas if we do a review of the bylaws.
what's the dog one? Oh, maybe it was, wasn't there one that we increased?
The dog one has to be looked at anyway,
Oh.
because there has been legislative provincial changes, and I have to do some review
Right.
on that one.
right, and you had talked about that earlier.
Yes.
So we're both moving through the system and we expect some resolution before the next meeting.
That's what we're hoping, yeah.
Okay, what about the access to that MR between Fourth and Third?
I have news on that too.
I don't think that was on here, was it? No.
I thought I had it on here, but maybe not. Okay, that is moving ahead. I've had meetings per your guys's resolution. I met with the property owners. We had some good discussion and we are moving ahead. So I'm working with them and our budget, we just got a quote for brushing and opening that up, and the quote fits within the budget we had. Except for one little issue that we're working towards. There is a tree that has a power thing going right
Through,
beside
right
it,
through the middle.
and of course,
That's the expensive one.
yes. So we're having it assessed, and we're looking at what those costs are, and we'll refer to it in the budget, but the brushing is covered in our vegetation management allowance we had.
And that would just be through that area, that low level brush into the site, and that's it.
Yes.
And
don't mix
where
up.
is this again?
Between Third and Fourth, directly opposite Beach Access 5.
Yes, and then we've got a gate.
There is an MR tucked in there, but currently that access is overgrown and there's.
We had encroachment
Impediment.
issues,
There's
and we've
encroachment.
got that all worked out. And
Would we
yeah.
need to move that power pole or that power line? Are we
Okay,
able to
yeah.
go underneath it? Is it high enough and all that? Cause it literally goes across where we would go under. We'd have a height
We
problem.
met with the contractor and we didn't have any other concerns other than we knew that tree is a problem. And that's not for him because the way it sits.
But if
Where the
we
power line
now
sits,
turn an
yeah.
unusable access into a usable access, is that line gonna become, like literally it goes right above you as you're walking under?
I think we're gonna have to reassess that as we
Once
look
we-
at something.
So
Yeah.
first will be tree removal, brush removal, and obstacle removal.
Yeah.
And then,
Installing our fire access gate.
do we know how wide that legal access is?
Same width as your access going down to the,
So roughly 12 to 14 feet wide.
I would say somewhere between about 15,
15.
16.
So that's adequate to get a full pickup if we needed to run some
Correct.
maintenance into there for any reason.
But it allows us that now option to get mowers in there. and
Yes.
stuff.
Do some brush control if we needed to.
Yeah, right now it's opening it up to get us the access, so we properly have that done.
Just Leona, historically, that was only accessible through some private property that was under a verbal agreement on the very corner
Okay,
of Fourth, and there was 2 lots in there that had allowed previous councils, they kind of had a verbal agreement that you could access it in there. Now those 2 are now up for sale, and we can't continue to just work on a verbal agreement based
No.
on historical. So there is an access path through there that largely is overgrown. And
They're all coming out. It's a beautiful area once you get
it's,
inside there.
yeah, if you walk in there, it's.
so that we're talking that green area.
big one.
Green
Big
square
square,
area, yeah.
big square.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
So right up to this point, it's only accessible with the people that live around it.
Oh, sorry.
But yes, it is.
Okay.
It's quite a large area and it's quite hilly. It has some unique little features. So, I mean, we talked about it in our recreation study about
Mhm.
potential for walking paths or stuff like that. That hasn't progressed, but it was always, we need to have access to MR lands.
And it's got quite a nice little low area in here too. It's very interesting.
yeah,
I was quite
Yeah,
surprised.
I walked it.
But instead of it now being accessed only through a private property, it'll be open with fire gates.
And I didn't go through private property. I accessed it bushwhacking through that.
Through
shrubs.
that, through
Through
that.
the shrubs,
Through the shrubs.
but yeah, it was literally bushwhacking,
Oh,
but
yeah.
once you get through, it's quite nice.
So do we have, access to all of those, rectangular areas?
Yes, every
Yes,
other
they
one
are.
has on both ends, technically. Those are fire routes.
Yeah, okay.
So they're not only accessible, they are also maintained and brushed. Like we send a brush chipper in there and grass cutting and all of that up and
Yeah.
down there.
So you can get in there and access the property from behind.
Once we get this done, then we will be able to maintain the maintenance annually and we will be able to have better access to doing any maintenance within that ER.
In fact, there was access required for some power lines at one point, was there not?
Well, and since they're coming in about 2 years' time, it sure would be nice to make sure we have everything ready and we can get them to Julia.
Yeah. There is a power line that does not have physical access. Okay, anything else on yours that you want to point out, or any questions on Melissa's report?
Any updates on the maintenance position? Is that finalized? Is that permanent?
That is permanent now, just some minor adjustments that we're working.
Okay.
As much as I can tell you.
So we can anticipate that Alan will be staying?
He is staying, yeah,
Great,
unless he has a change of heart and his own.
good news.
It's awesome.
Good, that is awesome. I have nothing else. Leona, did you have anything to? add or
No,
ask?
not
Oh, mailboxes.
mailbox.
What's the update?
Oh,
Just apologies. We tried to email him.
yes, I did. So, and that's in the CAO action list report.
So we've got a postal code.
We got a postal
Officially.
code and then I sent him another email saying, okay, give us a date.
Timeline.
We want to get this installed. Is there anything that we can pre-do for you that wouldn't affect anything? And we'll just get the site all prepped up and
And you haven't heard anything back.
No, he's on holidays.
he's on holidays until the 21st. So
And who is Jack?
he's our Canada Post representative
Okay.
that came out here and we did a site visit and yes.
So the other question that I had on that, or that somebody asked me about that, is that daily delivery, weekly delivery, what is it?
It would be like Roshan daily.
Okay.
Daily unless told otherwise.
Yeah.
Unless they create.
Unless someone changed their agreements or however they do it.
And
right?
there's provision for parcel boxes and all that.
Those are all built in there, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
perfect.
Yeah.
Be identically of what Roshan has, we will.
Well,
Okay.
updated versions, but yeah,
Yeah.
kind of like you see the new one,
Yeah.
newer ones in town.
Yeah.
And they would be putting in upwards over 100 boxes,
Yes.
which is not required at this time, but it allows for growth.
Yeah.
And the other thing that was of note that you should know is that once you have been given a postal box, if you want to keep your old box number
Yes,
in
pay for it.
Erskine or Stettler, you pay for it.
That's right. But
Yeah.
they're giving you a free year for
A free
any
year for
change.
change.
Yes, for changing.
Yeah.
Okay, the election went well, below cost, below budget, considerably below
And
budget.
that number, add probably about $200, cause I just did the visa with the meals on it
Okay.
for that, so about 200, maybe a little less.
Still significantly
Still
under,
significant low,
Lower.
yeah,
lower than the by-election even.
yes.
Yes,
Okay, nice.
And largely because we did not.
Oh, that bylaw notification bylaw we passed before.
that's been
That's
huge.
saved you lots.
That
And,
saved us $600 per advertisement.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then special ballot, which of course that changed now with the new regulations
Yeah.
for the LEAE. And you guys just did an advance vote. Yeah, instead. So, but, at the by-election one, we have the special ballot and that, we're looking at $2, at that time, $2.40 or something to send out
Per
each package.
special.
Yeah.
When there's, I think there's 80 some that
Oh,
went
well
out
done.
that time, so.
Okay, I think that's it. Now we're into financial.
Yeah.
So anything you would like to point out or highlight, or do we need to go through it? Well, we don't need to go through it line by line.
I'm just gonna-
Anything exceptional?
I think when I look at the bottom line of the actuals to what we had, we are not even. I think we're holding really well for being in the 9th month.
So we're in the 9th month and we've spent just over 50%.
Yeah.
With no huge costs anticipated that's going to reflect or sidetrack that.
No, so far everything's staying well, we're holding.
So this drainage project one, that is the report, that's what we paid for that drainage report that we
Is it
did.
the capital part? Or is it
Yeah, it is in the capital.
capital, yeah,
Yeah, that was the last bit.
How much was that?
$3,951.38.
And what was the total cost of that report? Sorry.
I have to go log in and go see.
Oh,
see
okay.
Previous years.
And then now the office is completely done.
So we're a little over than we had projected for this year. but-
Yes.
The drainage report, I think it goes back to 2023, so.
Yeah.
several
Yeah,
years.
that's okay.
I'd be kind of curious to know as well, how much the total cost along the way has been for that.
And you're
That's
over,
it.
you guys think you know,
And
and
if you do a resolution, we will bring all those on total project cost.
to us, we can do that too.
We'll pull it all
Sure,
together.
sure, just for, I'm
Yep.
interested. Okay.
Yeah.
Resolution to, provide at the next meeting, the total cost for the shoreline management project consultants.
Then we should accept this unless
Okay.
there's any other
And the
further
drainage.
questions.
Those are two different.
Shoreline drainage into
Oh,
the
I
office.
meant the drainage one.
Well, the shoreline is interesting. I'm glad you said that one
Yeah.
as well. 'cause
Okay,
that's-
shoreline and drainage project.
Cost to date.
Okay,
Okay,
so shoreline drainage, and did you want the office?
Yes, it would be a good thing to do, because people are gonna ask, especially since it just got completed.
Over.
okay, anything else for discussion? I think everything seems to be,
Make a motion to accept as presented then.
all in favor.
1 to 6, 10.1 to 10.6.
Did you get a resolution for the CAO report? and
No,
action
no,
list and
we've
everything?
done that.
Sorry,
No, that's right, just resolved.
no, that was for prior to, we should do that.
Do that one separately.
Accept it for motion to accept
Information.
for as information. All in favor? Okay, and then we did the financial slightly on board.
Question for you. I'm
Uh-huh.
looking at these financials, so I've got
We've got another resolution you need to do.
period ending for the revenue and expenses. I've got, capital revenue and expenses.
Yep.
I've got bank recs. Where is there a balance sheet that gets provided to us listing reserves and what we have and all that kind of
So
stuff?
That's
your
on the
reserve,
bank rec.
on the bank rec at the bottom, so you have public land reserve, restricted, so if you look in, I think I'm on the August one. August one, yeah, the $152,750, and then your general reserve, which is unrestricted, is $515,760.
Oh, at the bottom.
Yes. We incorporated it right into your full bank rec so everything's there.
So, yeah,
So unearned MSI grants are still out.
Yeah.
And unearned LGFF.
So that one, they have it in trust, we don't have it in our little hands right now, for that $31,000. Until we spend everything up to MSI, and then they'll pay that out.
That's correct. So right now it's sitting there. They won't release it to us.
Cause we did standard, the mini truck, there's one more thing, what was the other one? I can't remember what the third one.
Yeah, those came out of,
LGFF.
LGFF. So we've spent our 10%, but they won't release it until we get rid of this MSI. So it kind of come out of MSI until we get the
yeah,
LGFF.
up.
Okay. And the public land reserves restricted based on agreements, and general reserve unrestricted. So in other words, that's just up to village discretion as to what we do with that.
General reserve, yes. Public land reserve, I have to go through the agreements. I gotta
Right.
figure out how that came to be. And then you can decide how you wanna use it with recreation, if that's what the
So
agreement
that's-
stated.
The grants are in there too, are they not?
Not those
No,
ones.
Not that one?
No.
Grant funds usually are kept separate.
Yes.
Yes.
And so as a council, there is no restriction on level of reserves or anything else like that. So that could go up to whatever or go down to whatever.
Whatever you guys decide. correct?
We,
And there is no minimum, maximum
No.
allocation.
we
Okay.
did talk
No,
to.
there is some, I'm gonna go through some more policies and see if there's something, and that's something we should talk about is, do you wanna create a policy?
We did talk to the auditor and asked him that question at our annual review. And we asked him whether he felt that our reserves were sufficient or
Adequate or-
excessive or under or over. And he thought we had a pretty healthy but solid reserve level for what we need considering the infrastructure we have. So for example, if we had a major roof failure or infrastructure failure, our reserves were adequate. If we had a lot more equipment and buildings and all of that, then our reserve would have been could have been high, needed to be higher. But because we don't have, water and sewer and buildings and all of that, our reserves were, I think his words were more than adequate,
For
but
what
not
we have.
excessive.
But, okay, so my thought process here is when we look at things like recreation, which is a large expense to a village, to a recreational village like ours
Yeah.
is. And we're looking at some of these projects and we're saying, oh, well, gee, we don't have the budget for that. I think it's incumbent, and if you don't know what these are for, it makes it kind of difficult, but it would be incumbent upon us to start budgeting reserve monies for some of those larger
Mhm.
recreational projects that, okay, we can put in $10,000 a year or $15,000 a year into a hall renovation budget or whatever it is, or court budget or whatever comes out of that recreational thing. So that one, the public then knows that yes, we're working towards that, and two, there is some responsibility on our part to make sure that it gets done and not just hold the funds here and say, oh, gee, we can't afford that this year.
Would that be part of our strategic planning?
Yes.
It probably would be, yes, but the other side of that is I want us to be really clear what's included
Yeah.
in these two numbers. Is there something that is already earmarked that we're not looking at and saying, okay, well, that is for
And only.
brush
can be used
and
for that.
only can be used for maintenance of ER or MR or whatever.
And that is strategic planning and giving me direction for policy, and we have those discussions and you tell us those allocations and we do it.
Right, but is there any allocations in place already?
Not for
Not that
general.
we've been able to find, but we're still going to, when we'll clarify that even further.
Okay, So target, I would say, if by December, you can give us a definitive answer of what are in those reserves. If there is anything that is encumbered, that would be great to know, so that when we go into the strategic planning sessions, whenever that is, we have that information available.
Yeah, cause we know we dug up the public land reserve and now I know it's based on agreements. We didn't even know we had that. That's money that we're holding. We haven't used it for anything,
And why are we holding it? Yeah.
because it's when you've
Oh,
done subdivision.
I know what it's for, but
Yeah,
it's
Oh,
just-
I get it, yeah.
but subdivisions happened. We collected money.
For infrastructure.
for infrastructure. So if a new subdivision comes along and says, okay, in our agreement, it was mandated, or our agreement says that you are to build this road for us, we now have the funds because it
Right.
was
Yeah.
in that,
Or
in-
it was for recreation
or for
purposes.
recreation purposes.
Yeah.
But we need to find out what that is.
Exactly, yes. And now those are things that I'm still trying to work, but we got to this part where we now know, okay, this is what we do. These are what they're for.
Cause you're kind of saying, you're getting a motion here for Melissa to bring back any information of any projects that are, I want the word more allocated, that's word, to the reserve funds.
Yes.
Any
What they are.
encumbrances to
Yeah.
the reserve fund.
And any policies in relation to the reserves.
So it just lets us know.
Yeah.
Okay, is that motion still on the table?
For December,
Sorry?
for the December.
Yes, to
right?
bring that forward for
Yeah,
December.
and I'll make
Yeah.
that motion.
Okay, and all in favor?
Yep.
Okay, request for direction on this one here. And this was the service recognition.
Yes.
I would like to, if we were to go with any kind of a policy, and we did discuss this briefly, and I thought we had it put into something. It's not just for long service, it's for, like when we go to the summer villages, they ask for a contribution to that. It's for, when Big Jack's Classic asks for money.
Exactly.
It's all of these gifts or requests for donations. It's, I don't want to have a huge fund there, but what do we do and where is that captured? And is it captured under other council, other goods? Is that its proper place, or should we have, if we were going to develop a policy, I don't think it should be just for service. It should be, because when's that? Once every 10 years? Or whatever, I would like.
Recognition and promotion or something like
Yeah,
that.
or
Recognition and promotion, yeah.
Okay,
or-
I like that.
recognition and promotion, or recognition and, I don't know, something that allows us a small budget, very, very small, but it allows us to participate in some of those that we feel are worthy.
Okay.
It might have been like, the one with, doctors in Stettler. We didn't have an area that we could support that because it wasn't in the budget. So we need a budget item, and maybe it is other goods, but I think we need to put something in that captures those small, modest amounts.
We create
So-
a policy.
Discretionary funds for service awards, promotion, public.
Donations,
Public,
public
yeah,
public support or something.
public support, yeah.
And so this would become like a budget line item. each
I think
year
it
that
has
we'll
to,
set.
yeah, and so, again, it's not, it's not gonna be a huge thing, but
Maybe $500,000.
everything, when
something
we
like
do
that.
look at something like that, it's like, oh yeah, but we don't have that anywhere, and so then we're kind of grasping at where.
Where do we fit this?
And we go to, I don't wanna start going into this store,
Like that we did, right?
which,
Kind of like for the clock for Lauren, right?
Yeah.
We're grasping of where it could
where does this fit? So
Yeah.
let's not grasp, let's put it in something,
Create-
budgetary.
So would this be something that we would put forward for the 2026 budget, and for this we'll do it
We
on
just
general
have-
reserves, or can we add it into the existing budget?
If you create right now, we found where you can take this out. So we want approval, we're ready. We already kind of got an allocation for it. We just need your approval because it wasn't approved in a budget.
So just
Okay.
formalizing the part.
So it's
Okay.
formalizing it, and then we would like approval to do a policy, and then you can review, and then that will become a budgetary thing that we will incorporate. As it is.
I just
Okay.
don't want, I don't think it needs to be called service award policy.
So
It's
it's
gotta
like
be-
recognition and promotion.
Yeah,
Recognition and promotion policy.
So for this,
And community promotion.
Yeah.
Not,
like
so,
somebody
How
on the
about
whole
recognition
society
and
or
community
who
promotion?
knows, a volunteer of the year or whatever. Sorry,
so for this $250 right now, we're gonna put it under council of the goods.
yes.
Is that what
Yeah,
you're proposing?
or
Okay.
pull from reserves, I kind of gave you two items, so it's either goods or services or reserves.
Yeah, we just,
I think council other goods is fine.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion for it to come
Okay.
out of there.
And all in favor?
And then, a
Second
second
resolution.
motion to come forward next council meeting or a future council meeting with, a recognition and
Community promotion.
community promotion policy.
perfect.
Make that motion.
All in favor? Okay. Now, the water levels, I would like, this is, it's not in as much detail as I provided you, but it does talk, it provides some basic, good historical, well, how did they ever come up with this, and when did they start this, and it's, I think this is good to put on our webpage, or
Yeah.
something that says, by the way, in case you were wondering, because, you know, and hopefully it circumvents some of that, what are we doing about the water levels? And it shows that it's not necessarily 100% in our hands, and that they're working towards something.
So would you like us to do anything onto Facebook saying in the recent council package, there was a letter received?
Yeah, well, I would even say, you know, hey, we got this letter, it's,
Okay.
it may be of some interest, you know, for anybody that wants to read it, here it is, in its entirety, like, here's the letter.
Okay.
I think that'd be worthwhile.
We could do a quick post on Facebook if that's okay.
I think, I don't know if you need a motion for that.
I did.
Okay.
I wrote one.
Okay.
Yeah, we should.
I'll put that motion forward, all in favor?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. The next one is this letter from, what is this about? Oh, the MGA.
Yeah, it's regulatory changes that happened.
So,
It
that
doesn't,
directly affect us, but
Yeah.
I suppose it affects like the housing authority and all that.
Yeah.
potentially.
yes,
Okay.
more larger communities
Yeah,
that
well,
have these.
Accept that as information. We need to have a motion to accept this information, or we're gonna do a lump sum.
Do a lump
Okay,
sum. just
The Hall Society. Whatever happened with the Hall Society and them asking for our administration to take over booking of the hall?
So that
Where did
was,
that go?
so that was in your action list, and we're gonna have them ask them to come in next month. It just was
Yes.
a really full agenda this month.
So we've asked them to,
We're gonna have them as a delegation for the next month to have that discussion with you guys on whether they wish to continue that.
Cause the resolution before it was fall.
Right.
September was really full.
Yeah,
yeah. But
Been noticing
their
that.
initial, and the history of that is their initial request was that because we have an office and administration, that we take over that end of it. And there's,
Well, that's what
wasn't it?
we heard, but then we're not sure,
Well, it'd be good, then we'll hear it from them. at this
yeah.
delegation.
I think you need to hear from them, what their concerns are, why they wanna pass it off, why they don't wanna continue doing it, or do they wanna continue
Yeah.
doing it?
With what
And,
help we
and
can
with
give.
what, and what do they need of us to be able to manage that?
Yes. That was kind of where I thought the meeting had to come, and I think that was your resolution, and I know I got it for,
Well, it's been a
yes,
very
move
active.
to have admin review with Roshan Sands, Erskine, Denelda, etc. does with their halls at request to have 2 delegates from the White Sands Hall Society to attend a fall regular council meeting. And I put in note scheduling for October.
Let's find out what others are doing and then get their perspective.
Yeah.
So, on this matter, Currently, when I went on the board of directors for the White Sands Community Association, I wasn't a counselor. Now I am a counselor, so now I have two hats. The hall board at this point, I believe, is okay with me staying on. They need to have a meeting and decide that.
Okay.
At which I will not be part of that decision, but they have to decide. And I just need to know from this perspective, do you have a problem with me staying on that board?
I don't see any problem
I
with you
think
having
it's
two
a
hats.
positive.
Okay, yeah,
And in fact,
That's fine.
in our training that occurred that is
Actually.
perfectly acceptable.
yeah, but it's a
And-
question I had to
Yep.
ask, so.
No, I think I think it's good. I think you get, and you know, depending on what they come up with, but I think it's good in that we get that feedback directly and involvement in their discussions. And then this next one was the minutes from Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan Committee meetings in January. Why is this coming up now?
Because we have one coming up in October, so this is just the
That
background.
was
of
our last meeting.
The last
yes, or
meeting.
whatever.
So this is mine, is it, my committee?
I don't know.
I think this was
think it is.
my committee, I don't know, there's two,
Unless this is the one that
Three of
we're
them.
looking to dissolve.
yeah, which one?
No.
No,
that's-
this is not the one.
So
for
this
Vision
is my
Design.
committee,
Yeah.
and so yes, I will, you know, prep myself and when this one comes forward as far as the minutes.
How
But
long do the minutes usually take? Like, for example, well, the meeting that you just went
they
to,
won't have.
they won't have minutes. But the Parkland Regional Library, how long do those minutes take to come to us?
That's a good question.
It all depends on the themes, the different groups on how they have their policies and bylaws set up for that.
Sometimes they just come forward in the next meeting's
Yeah.
agenda package.
Right,
I think that's what we got this July.
which is
for
why
January.
it's somewhat what I'm struggling with to a
You
certain
get it so
extent.
late.
You get it so late and it's just like, okay, the meeting's tomorrow and
They
I
ask you to
just,
do all this info stuff, but
yeah.
Yes, and Dan, you are the BLIDP, and
Yeah.
then Paul's the.
And there is one coming up in October. for this.
Okay, then we have a letter addressed to Lauren on August 8th. The community building fund, allocation of 15,000. That one doesn't require anything response,
No,
that
it's
was a
just
information.
Yeah.
Then,
Sorry.
Nope.
Community building fund allocation, this is used for,
Capital
Just-
must be something that is
An actual project.
actual project that moves straightforward, it's not construction, can't be plans.
and do we have this allocated for anything? Do we have this earmarked for anything?
We did in our capital, which was the, speed signs that are.
Speed signs, yeah, we were looking at those.
not the radar thing, just the speed signs, posted speed
Well, the
signs.
ones that are electronic,
Oh,
kinda like
but we didn't approve that.
you did in your capital.
It's in the capital.
It's in the
we
capital
haven't-
plan, but not as an approved project. It's in the,
It's as one of the ones that are
it's
listed
a
on. there.
placeholder.
Yeah, but we're
Yeah.
not going out spending the money at this point.
We haven't applied for it yet.
Okay,
We already done research for it.
yes.
So is that at speed sign, those electronic speed signs is the only thing this $15,000 is allocated
Well,
for?
they said that would work for that, but it must be permanently installed. It can't be-
Is really hard for us as a community or municipality to use for because we don't really have a rec center, we don't have a pool, we don't, like, it's really hard for us to use, and then, like, lately it's for us, it's been plans, well, we can't use plans in there, it has to be shovels in the ground project.
It's very restricted,
Yeah,
but we did get caught up because we did the Front Street widening.
but that was. one
That
we
was
have
a
to use.
full construction,
Yeah.
we
So it's
used,
community enhancement.
no, it's not really community enhancement, you need to have some real good infrastructure
So we,
projects.
but we don't have a project ready for this.
No, we had ideas, that's as far as it goes.
So how long do these funds sit in limbo?
We've been trying to clean up your, for 7 years, stuff that had never been used. We brought it up to, we're now in a compliance where we're just about there. We just gotta do some strat planning and get some real projects.
This office was part of it.
Yeah,
House MSI, that one was.
MSI was behind by just what, 10 years?
So we're cleaning
Not
up some of
spending
that.
anything. And then the problem is that you can only take it to 5. Then you start getting these letters. And then they start saying,
Use it or lose it.
yeah,
That's why I'm saying, okay, well, we got $15,000, but what the heck are we using it for? Do we have anything that is in the works that we wanna use it for? And what qualifies?
yeah,
And so-
nothing for the 2025. We have 50,000 that we still have to finish completing work with, which is old funds.
And do we have anything anywhere that tells us as a council what we've still gotta do? Or that we still can use?
Yes, and we haven't given a full update again since budget because we've just been cleaning up all the grants. So that's coming up in October and part of your strat planning because I need more help. I
Okay,
need more direction before I
You
begin.
want to spend the money.
Yeah,
well,
Yeah.
and that's exactly right, like, if we don't know the money's there, how are we gonna give you direction to spend it, right?
Yeah. And to get the explanation of what has to be a real, like, has to be construction shovel ready, it can't just be a plan. MSI has allowed us to do a lot of plans, which is good.
But this one, it has to be like shoveling ground. So-
Yeah.
So Park Street widening actually,
So this should
Yeah,
be brought up
correct,
at the
yeah.
strategic planning.
Oh, yes.
Okay,
So on that Front Street widening, while we're there, sorry, just
Yeah.
because I've got it in my brain right now. That cement block that is holding the guy wire for the electrical, is anything going to be done with that?
I'll have to do some checking on that. I
'Cause
thought
that
it
is
was
a-
supposed to be done.
Safety hazard.
on
Yeah,
the
like
lakeside or
crazy.
the hillside?
Lakeside.
I thought they were doing the poles over there.
yeah, they were out there, they're spraying.
There's another one on First Street that's like that.
It's a cement
Same-
block
Same
with a
idea.
guy wire coming
Yeah,
for the
same
pole,
idea.
and it's
That's
just
fixed.
right beside the road and.
Is that our responsibility or is that ATCO's?
Oh, no, I'm thinking that's an ATCO and I'm gonna have to go and investigate this.
You should check
Sure.
on the one on First as well. It's the
Okay.
same scenario.
I'll-
I don't know how, maybe that's a legal thing now, but the guy wire is attached to a concrete block over on First as well. Almost exactly the
And
same.
just right in the ditch.
The same thing.
I'm gonna have to take a look at that idea.
They're both that way. So check both.
Yeah, I will check and then I'll have a conversation with them. Because the whole reason we did all the construction was to make sure we got rid of all the housing.
Yeah, there's two of them.
So
Okay.
check on that.
The conference is, we've got the 3 of us and Melissa
Yeah.
scheduled for that. We are booked the night before, so because it's an 8 o'clock start. And that is Thursday and Friday. I think they've requested, something for the silent auction. Have we done that? Are we not going to do that this year? We didn't do it last year. It was a very worthwhile attending. The topics this year are not quite as interesting, but maybe they are. But it was a really good offer. It's one of, shouldn't miss ones. We got it the day after we were elected. We went, so we got it, we were fresh off the boat on that one. It was good. So I think the tickets are booked, the rooms are booked.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
paid for, they're right now, just won't with the credit card, but I'll make sure they're paid for. The only thing you guys have to do is the incidental, so whatever the deposit is or whatever, they come back off your card.
Incidental, we leave up to you guys, but we will make sure the room is covered and I will sign up on all that. Make sure it's all prepaid. Did that last year.
And it's 3 rooms?
Or there's
Four.
another one, cause I missed someone, so after I had to book another one.
Oh,
There's
okay,
actually
because I was going like,
4.
why is there only 3 rooms
Who
when
gets to
there's
bunk
4 of us?
that?
Who's
No,
bumping
there's
with who?
You know, that's a double queen.
Oh, okay. I'm sure there would be others that would object.
Yes.
If my cousin didn't live on the opposite side, I probably would have stayed with her.
And that's what I thought was happening, is somebody was staying with a friend or something, but
No, there's another one.
Okay.
It's different in
I see.
the back.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's booked. The other thing that's on here is the municipalities conference.
Yeah, you wanted.
You wanted that information and it's very expensive.
Yeah, it's $1,000 or something, or
Yeah. And then
To attend.
hotels are up there too.
This
They're
is
all.
what I found, yes.
no, Calgary.
This
This
is the
is
Alberta
Calgary.
Communities. So what happens is one year like last year it was in Red Deer, which is different because there's different.
it's usually always Edmonton, Calgary.
But they've added in Red Deer now. Red Deer comes in every, I think it might become part of the rotation for a year. So Calgary, Edmonton, and then maybe Red Deer.
So these are one of those nice to go, you meet lots of people, they have a good trade show. But
The
you've
reason
probably been,
I've been a number of times, and the biggest thing with these things is not so much the conferences. The conferences themselves are it's same thing. It depends on what the topics are. It's the opportunity to meet with, if you've got an issue with RCMP, or if you have the ambulance association, or emergency services, or fire, or any of those, like the lake management. If there are government delegations will book meetings with municipalities, and you can go and have a direct meeting and sit down with them. That was always the most beneficial of these AUMA conferences.
Great for grants, great for your infrastructure. Unfortunately, you look at the way these things are structured, the lakes are not really qualified for a lot of this stuff that you will have meetings for.
That's right.
but the Summer Villages Conference takes some of that. You don't get the same government interaction, but you do learn a lot.
You do get to meet Alberta Environment and have discussions with them because they
You
are.
can't book out breakouts.
There's small quantities in Alberta communities, that's large.
Well, it's the whole province, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And the larger community.
And we are not a member, right?
Or maybe you are.
Yes, we are.
We are a member.
So you're just at, probably, I don't know, just USD, but
Save a few
you're
hundred
just
bucks.
under the $1,000.
Yeah, we utilize certain services they provide.
So I don't know, seems like.
If anybody would go, I would say that would be something that you would want to send the mayor to, not all of the councillors.
Okay, and that is in November.
Yeah, and then you need to look at the budget.
Yeah, whether that would fit.
It wouldn't fit both this and
No.
ASDA.
So I
That'll
think,
be over
I
with.
think given that, we're gonna go to the one that's more applicable to us. And I like the fact that all three of us and Melissa are going, so. Nice information, it'd be good to go once, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave that one unless anybody has a. Okay, Stettler, the ambulance, they wanna add a member at large. Second member at large. Do we have any feedback on that?
I do recall that being a topic of discussion at the last meeting. I personally don't have any concern with it. I think people are expressing interest and they have a good reason to be there to encourage it. So I wouldn't have any concern.
So what
with
is the reasoning for a member at large?
A second member at large.
A second member at large?
that. It's a good question. In a lot of cases, it was just
Because the contract is through the province, correct?
Correct.
So it's just to look after the hall and the equipment based on the contract you approve?
And the employment agreements, the contracts with the
Right.
paramedics and everything else. So I'm just wondering what the rationale is for a member. I mean, we're not gonna be able to say yay or nay. Well, I guess with your municipality. So are we in favor of it? I don't know. Am I in favor of it? What's it gonna cost? What's the reasoning for it? Why do you need that member at large?
You know, is it going to increase the requisition to the villages? Just saying, well, should we have a member at large? Well, okay, great, but why?
Did you get any
It's-
further feedback in your meeting of why they're requesting it?
After a call, because that was like several months ago, it was, I think it was just somebody that had expressed interest in joining it, and they were somebody that had some good qualifications for, you know, having their insights, and they were interested in doing it.
Mm.
But we couldn't say yes because
It
the
didn't allow
bylaw only allowed for one member at large.
Right.
So I don't think there was any real concerns of it other than just the bylaws didn't allow
So
it.
they really wanted to get somebody on board that could contribute to it.
Yeah,
The
Yeah.
biggest concern that these guys have, if I remember right from sitting on this board, was one, the contract with the province. And that would be BLS, ALS backup, how long the community is without service, those sorts of things. So like if all of our ambulances are on transfers, our community could be without service. And they do have the call in, so they would call in from Bashaw or Red Deer or whatever if we have an emergency. The other issue was always with scheduling of the paramedics and how that contract, that wage contract, actually all went through. So
That was just renegotiated.
that was just
so we
renegotiated.
have,
So I
it's expiring in another year.
yeah. Oh, I know, it takes flipping forever.
I don't think there was any controversy about this person, but I would have to take that away and come back again on the next meeting again. And I don't think I've seen the minutes from that
So-
last meeting yet.
So are we able to answer that question?
If you're in, if
Are we
they're
in
are you
favor?
in favor of amending?
Or would you prefer to have further information and meeting that's on the reason why? I don't know. You tell me.
I could take that away and come back in the next meeting with discussion on that, so, but that is
Then-
So we received the letter, so you want to do a motion to have your
All look into it?
Paul,
report back on the
Yeah, report back.
rationale behind that. And
Yep.
review the last meeting minutes, and get back to you, so.
Okay.
I apologize for not
Okay.
having kept notes on that in the last meeting.
What's this next one? That's it for letters, right?
yeah,
So maybe we should have a motion to accept and
yeah,
Yes.
all of that.
because you have a separate resolution for the SDAA agreement amendment request there.
Okay,
And then now anything else that you should just accept as information if you didn't do a separate resolution.
And that was everything from,
11.1 to 7 and 9.
7.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, 9 would need a separate.
we need, because we got
That's
Paul going forward. on
No,
that.
is it 9, the procedural bylaw?
Yes.
Procedural bylaw.
So to 11.1 to 11.8, except for information.
Right. All in favor?
Yeah.
Okay, procedural bylaw. Everybody. So they're requesting that we have a procedural bylaw.
Well, as part of your training that you had on
Yeah.
Saturday, they said a lot of it's all depends on your procedural bylaw. And then we do have to do an amendment because with the MGA changes, public hearings has to be incorporated in. It's easier to incorporate it into the procedural bylaw, the regulation changes for that having to be electronic and how people have to have that interaction electronic when you're doing a public hearing.
So this is strictly about electronics and.
So what changed in this from
Yeah.
the current? bylaw?
Nothing, this is just your information on, this is your procedural bylaw at this point in time.
And we've
on
had
how-
this and it's been approved and accepted and all.
Yeah,
So it's just information.
yeah, how your
Okay.
meetings
Okay.
are, how
Yep.
electronic meetings work,
So this is just to show them that we've got one.
Well,
yeah.
To show us what it is.
Show us that
So
we've
you
got
guys that we have
Yeah.
on,
Okay,
So,
and is there anything that you want to, you can take time to review and maybe there's something you're looking at saying, maybe we can make it better. We know a couple of things that we know have to happen.
Okay.
But we'll bring it as we,
So most of this is Robert's rule stuff anyway.
pretty well, yeah.
for generally accepted practices. I
Yeah,
think is
Meetings
the
of
thing.
council.
So it's interesting, like you said, we've got a couple of things. So for me, when you give us this procedural bylaw, it would be nice to know, okay, well, these are the two things that we're looking at changing. So then I can read through it and say, okay, well, is there something there that we want changed or whatever? And then, or added.
Okay,
Yeah.
so at this point, this is brand new that the previous council had reviewed, so we could get a good standard going for delegations, how your agenda, all
Right.
that stuff. And adding in the electronic meetings for yourself, so
Right.
that you can attend. What we do have to look at, and we knew we had to eventually, but we thought, let's just get through election stuff first. Public hearing legislation has changed for electronic meetings.
For planning and development.
Planning and development. Code of conduct for elected officials has changed in legislation, and we just don't know.
Well, they've
what.
abolished it. We're not allowed to have a code of
Right,
conduct.
so we don't even know what they're doing moving forward, but we know that we do have one point, we do have to get it, and they did give us advising saying, here's your options. And we just said, okay, we'll get it. Figure out which one. We may just have to do a totally separate bylaw for public hearings. This may not even get affected. Just haven't
It's
decided.
not,
Okay.
I was supposed to go back, but it's supposed to be mandatory as of budget, end of this April. And we could, by the time we found out about it, we get there. So then I talked to municipal affairs, and he's like, you might already have a policy, so which is kind of the procedural bylaw. I just have to go look at your procedural bylaw for electronic meetings and stuff like that, and refer it back to a certain section of the MGA.
So we're just trying to
Reference it,
go through
yeah.
and tweak and see if that is absolutely necessary or not. But as it sits, this bylaw is what's in place.
So you're looking at potentially tweaking down the road more than anything.
We're thinking, but we wanna review what's the best options.
Is there anything else? I think that was the last item.
Information, except that procedural bylaws information.
So, motion to accept. All in favor, yeah, passed. Okay, we're done at 2:11. We got through a lot, thank you.
That was a monster, but yeah, good meeting.
Yeah, there was a lot of good information.
So, just for my information, so
Yeah.